celebrities make deals behind closed doors. Promises broken, and their income soars. Hidden agendas run the grand parade. In the circus, choose to masquerade. Believe me, I wouldn't lie. I've been given money, power, and fame to keep you in line. Television screens bright and loud, sell you dreams, make you proud. Pop the bubble, see the cage you're in. Start the revolution, let the truth begin. Wake up, they're feeding lies. Control the media's got you hypnotized. Trust authority, they'll take your soul. Break the chains, find your own control.
Hello, welcome to the Chaos Livestream with Kat, Daemon and Tareyak. If you like insanity, you're going to love this.
Welcome! On time and ready to go.
We're already 5 minutes late. Damon's not here. Everyone's fucked. Everything is fucked.
You know what? We're here now. And that's all that matters. And yeah. So anyways, I hope everybody had a great week. I was streaming like almost every day. I think every day this week. So like yay for me, like consistency and stuff. Yeah. You're looking at Tareyak's arms? These are not white. Look, I'm an old lady. I don't go outside. What am I going to do outside? Anyways, so all right. So
well,
today,
it would fit the pattern because like was it like 80% of like DEI hires are women, and then like 60% of that 80% are like white women. So like Kat is like the DEI hire of the show.
dude, I'm not
Just because we covered the
white.
bases.
I am just indoors. I'm an indoor cat. I'm not an outside cat.
Yeah, you're a coconut. You have the appearance of being black, but you're actually white on the inside.
Wow.
Or Oreo is another term that's used. I'm not the one that invented the terms here. I'm just relaying the information that I found on the streets.
All right. So you said you wanted to lead today. So I'm allowing Tareyak to lead. So whatever happens, you have to blame him. This is the problem.
Now we still have to wait for Daemon because, like I said, it's like I don't even have a watch. You know what I'm saying? But this is poor form. It's like as soon as I was like took hold of the leadership and said, "Don't worry, guys, I'll take us to the promised land." Everybody said, "You know what? This week I'm just not going to give a fuck." Like Cat, like I'm already 23 minutes live, right? 23 minutes live.
Trees.
And
how
like
many trees?
The majority of that has been literally just staring at Kat's empty chair and then having to have a phone call with Daemon to sort out the shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's already off to a catastrophic like start. But I'm actually glad that this happened because it bolsters my case. But it also, like I said, that, like no matter how shit things start out, you can end on a high. You know what I'm saying? So that's going to be the main kind of vibe. Like basically, because we find ourselves in a shit show of a world where women think they're shit, but they're actually just goofy bitches. Like that's basically going to be the main kind of concept, is that like these bitches are goofy and you need to be able to recognize woman's nature for what they are. Because they're abusive. You know what I'm saying? Like they're abusive. End of. You know what I mean? So again, like I said, I don't know what you want to do to wait for Daemon, or do you want to get into it? Because I don't want to get halfway through the point and then Daemon kind of comes in, so we have to go back in the video and all this kind of shit.
Okay, tell us about like your topic specifically. Is this like are you just, what is this?
Well, no, because we can't even do the introductions yet because Damon's not here. You know what I'm saying? This is literally like. Also, by the way, why do you have an Indian in your chat?
Dinesh?
Yeah.
Why not? This is a multicultural.
Dinesh Kumar, be antiseptic. Please trust me.
Wait, how did they do that? Anyways, so what do you want to talk about? Women folk. You want to talk about
That they're goofy.
What does goofy mean to you? Like other than Disney characters, like
that they're stupid. That
Okay,
they
so do
don't
you
have
think
another way to think.
Okay, so do you do you think that women are like the IQ race distribution is different than the IQ distribution for men?
Yeah, so like the whole kind of concept around this is basically that like women have this like center was it main character syndrome where like they think that they're their own kind of main character and they just live their life as if they're a movie. Like they go through life not even have to like observe logic or adhere to logic. They just say whatever the fuck comes the first thing into their mind and they just think that that automatically makes them right. It's basically yeah, like main character syndrome is probably the best way to describe it.
Okay. So your point of view is that women are dumber than men, right?
Well, but like, yeah, pretty much. Like men are better than women.
Oh, is it better or dumber? Like, what is the criteria?
You see what I'm saying, fellas? This is a perfect example. Like I'm giving her like the actual information, and she's like, well, what do we mean by better or dumber or? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like I'll put it this way, Kat. Do you want to be with a guy who's less intelligent than you?
No, but people generally statistically end up with the same IQ for better.
Yeah,
or
so you
worse.
don't want to be with a guy because even the perception of a guy that's like not as competent or not as smart as you don't want any of that shit.
Yeah.
And this is why men are lovable, but women are not. Because
Okay.
a
Okay.
man
So
will take a stupid bitch, goofy bitch, and like he could turn that goofy bitch into his wife. You know what I'm saying? But like a woman will never take a homeless dude or a goofy dude and try to elevate him into the highest plateau. And this is where the whole kind of dynamic of like think of like kings and queens, right? If a king marries like some homeless bitch, he elevates that bitch to the highest title known to man, which is queen. King marries a bitch, queen. You know what I'm saying? But if a queen marries some dude, that's just some dude.
he's a
You understand what I'm saying? Like
Okay.
a woman can't elevate a
Wonderful.
guy to his highest title. You know what I'm saying?
Wonderful. Okay, sure. Wonderful. So, anyways, so I thought like just for funsies, we could just look at some statistics and see.
Yes. Shout out to Shelby in chat. He says, "What do we mean by dumber instant dumb question?" Exactly that. But that's why Cat and I'll do the
I didn't
introduction for
say
Cat while we
what
wait
do
for
you mean by
Daemon,
dumber?
right?
Are we talking about
'Cause-
dumber
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or like what?
Yes. And this is why I really love
God.
having Cat on the show because like what
Right.
Cat
So,
is what Patrice would have
before
called.
we begin, is this a let's trash Cat so I can get clips to make her look like some Jerry Springer whore, or is this like we're having fun? Like, what is the deal?
That's just a happy accident. What will come, right? That's just like a natural result. That's like John when you win in like science on shit. You put two chemicals together, and then like some explosion happens, and then you get salt. Put sodium chloride together, boom, then you get like sodium chloride. That's just a happy reaction to this. Basically, what I'm trying to do is like teach men that the only thing women have over you, the only power they have over you, is the fear of what you think they can do. That's it. You should not be living your life fearing a fucking woman. You know what I mean? Because they're goofy. You know what I mean? So, like I was saying, in terms of this whole kind of like aspect that we find ourselves in, like we're living in a sympidemic. You know what I'm saying? You would agree with that, Kat?
Yes, there's always been simps.
Yes. So, and it's to this point with all this propaganda and all this kind of shit is basically like it's gone to overdrive. We've gone to this point of view where it's like women will like pick a bear over a man in the woods, which is like the goofiest fucking shit you could possibly think. But my whole thing is to get philosophical with it. You know what I mean? Because like a lot of people just kind of say, you know, like it is what it is. Women just have that natural thing or whatever. They just say, oh, that's how they just act. But that's not it. Because like you think about it, you go back like 100 years ago, women weren't gonna pick a bear over a man because they understood the value that a man brings. But in modern day time, we have all this propaganda, this feminist bullshit that essentially just wants to usurp the man and then replace it with the state, which is not a great thing for anybody. You know what I mean? So again, like I said, to bring it home, like basically, and to do the introductions, we have Khatibi here. You know what I'm saying? And her basic role here is what Patrice would have called. She's like the whole of the show, and what that means is like she gives like the female perspective, and what that basically is you know, like on the news when like some fucked up shit happens in the bank or whatever the fuck, and they go, well, we're going to our financial correspondent. Yeah. That's going to be Kat's role. She's going to be like the female shit, and she's already played her role perfectly, because literally the first question when I was like, yeah, the goofy bitches, and then she asked the goofy question. Essentially playing her role perfectly. And that's why I love Kat. She plays the role to perfection. You know what I'm saying? Now, Daemon's not here because he's British. And like, apparently they have no sense of the fucking time, even though, you know, GMT is a place in Britain that we all base our fucking times off. But Damon's supposed to be here to show the other perspective. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be like the velvet glove, so to speak. He's kind of like the nice smooth talker. He kind of like, you know, gives them that kind of like velvet glove approach, you know, kind of like tries to phrase things and stuff that's like not going to be offensive. Like, not to hurt our fifis, all that kind of shit. Whereas I just come in like the wrecking ball and I just say it the way it is, because I don't know any other way to say it. But yeah, like I said, I don't know if we want to get into this, because again, like Daemon said, he was going to be here in like 3-4 minutes, and he's still not here. He's kind of letting the guys down. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how long it takes him to make a fucking drink. But hey, it is what it is. So. Without further ado, yeah, the accents, that's one thing that we'll probably address as well. Listen, I got my accent. I don't give a fuck about your American accent. To me, your American accent sounds goofy as well. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, I don't know. Like, do we hold off? Do we just do we do what you call it? Yeah, do we hold off? Do we try to buy some time for our boy Daemon?
No, don't buy time. Give the people what they want.
Right. So here's an interesting question that we seen on the Whatever podcast with our boy Andrew Wilson. I've shared the screen there, Kat, if you would be so inclined.
Am I allowed to share this? Make it go at fast speed, so I don't get no problems.
No, you won't. It's whatever. You're not going to get any copyright because we're reacting to it as well. So we have that safeguard. You know what I mean? But here's the thing that an interesting clip that came up with Andrew was on the Whatever podcast, and as you see, we have a panel full of goofy bitches right here. And this is actually a question that Andrew often he actually struggles with this question here. And the main thing that like you can kind of say about Andrew is that it's like kind of red pill adjacent. It's like he understands a lot of the red pill talking points. He interacts with the red pill, but he's not necessarily red pill himself. And probably one of the most famous things that he was like known for is that when he went onto the Fresh and Fit podcast, he was able to clap back at Myron and kind of say Myron's kind of prescription of, oh, sleep for 50 women. Like, don't settle down before you sleep for 50 women. That goes against a lot of the red pill talk of like having all these hoes and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like fundamentally, like how can you say you want like all these virgins and all this kind of stuff, and like this society with all these like, you know, non-promiscuous women, if you're yourself going to be promiscuous? And Andrew, to his credit, like that was a solid argument against Myron, and Myron since then has taken back that position. But as we see in this, there's certain stuff that the red pill bring up where Andrew doesn't even have an answer.
Oh, well, why are you gonna fuck him but not me?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you fucked him on the first night, right? How would that have changed your relationship dynamic?
He probably would have just went on to the next girl and.
Right. So
yeah.
then the virtue here was self-serving. You didn't sleep with him because you thought if you did, he'd move on to the next girl, not because you have an objection to sleeping with him. That's exactly what faking virtue is. That's the heart of Brian's argument, which is why it's so frustrating to me, because I've been pondering for one straight year. This literally plagues me at night. I cannot refute this argument. It bothers me to no end. But what you just demonstrated was the perfect example of faking virtue.
Yeah.
I will not have sex with you because I'm afraid that if I do, it'll give you the wrong idea about me, and then you'll move on to the next girl. Perfect.
So what about the idea of,
right?
like, the
that
guys-
means then that you would sleep with him if you thought he would stay with you.
So what about, because I know like we're both like talking
Hang on,
to
can
other
I answer
people.
to this question? If you
Yeah.
knew for sure that he would have stayed with you if you had slept with him night one, wouldn't you have?
Probably not, because I usually don't just hook up with the guy like the first night.
Okay, night
that
three?
I like.
Night three?
No, because he lived like really far, so we
Okay,
only saw
but
each
if he
other like
didn't
a
live
few
really
times a
far?
week.
If he didn't live really far?
Maybe, but
Yeah,
it
maybe.
didn't
So
go
you were
like that.
faking virtue. So what
Not
you were doing is
faking.
you were making him wait because you wanted him to think you weren't that kind of girl. That way he would stick
Well,
around.
he met me at a strip club, so he probably already thought I was that, and he was probably already expecting
Maybe.
to get something
And
out
look,
of me.
Look, every circumstance is different. In this case, I'll even grant in this circumstance is different. But even then, your entire mindset behind this was, I didn't sleep with him immediately because he would think something bad about me and move on to the next girl. So I made him wait. It was not, though, that you objected to him and you wanted him to wait because of virtue. It was because you thought it was a good way to net him. And so then we get into that's what faking virtue is. And every single time this is played out, it always plays out the same way. And it pisses me off. And I want to like choke Brian all the time. I want to literally strangle him because I don't know how to refute that argument. Because you are faking virtue. You're not doing it for him. You're doing it for you, right? To keep him.
Well, I kind of did it more.
Now, Kat, your response to this, what's your kind of analogy to this whole, or your perspective, your philosophy behind this?
My philosophy or her philosophy?
Just as a woman, you hear this argument, this whole "I'm going to make him wait" kind of malarkey. Like, what's your kind of thought process behind this?
Hold on. Keep it going.
Do you see what I'm saying, folks? I have to literally carry this fucking show as an individual. Damon's not here. Kat's like, yeah, just buy me some fucking time, even though she's on cam. Like, what the fuck is going on today? Like, did you both get brain damage this past week or some shit like that?
What? We're living our best lives. You're just jealous.
So I'm saying, prove my point. Goofy bitches. You know what I'm saying? And I'm actually putting Damon in this category as well, because this motherfucker is still not here. Yeah, of course, she's eating. So, Kat, what's your perspective on this?
I think she doesn't have religion, so she's probably just using it as strategery, but it's not the same as like, it's not morals, it's just strategery.
So do you think it's a good idea for a woman to make a guy wait?
I don't think anyone should have sex before marriage, and you should be shot.
Okay, so this whole thing that Pearl, to her credit, she points this out where it's like, oh, if everyone was just religious, then, you know, we'd be saved and all the shit. But everyone was religious and we got it to this point. So how the fuck does that work?
Well, no, you have to like enforce it like with laws and consequences. You can't just like trust people.
Yeah, no, like, because laws won't fix this because of the, like, essentially it's like,
Yeah, if you go to jail, that'll fix it right up.
Politics is downstream from culture.
So
You understand?
okay,
Yeah, so
the problem
the
is
culture
there's too many
dictates the laws.
simps. There's too many simps. She doesn't have any consequences, so why would she change? So if the guys don't like the situation, they have to take charge and change it. It's the only way. They're not going to change. Why would she change?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that culture, politics is downstream from culture. So the only way you're going to change the politics is if you change the culture. This is why we see the trans trying to do the story time with the kids, because they want to change the politics. If you try to put forward legislation, if you don't have the majority of the culture, you're not going to pass the law. So it's like this whole thing of like, yeah, we just start thinking of all these like good laws. You're never going to pass those laws. This is why Andrew, and to credit with Rachel as well, was on a space last night, like trying to like say that to Pearl. Now, unfortunately for Pearl, I think she went full black pill. I think she's taking the black pill. Where a lot of these like black pillers, they don't want to hear like counter arguments or counter solutions to this. Where it's like they say, oh, we can't change. Like there's no chance of changing the law, so ergo we're basically fucked. But there is a caveat to this. It's like if we start focus on propaganda, same way the trannies were trying to read to the kids, rather than that, we get to the kids through propaganda, which is what we've like how we've ended up in this shithole that we are. That's the winning move essentially. That you start pushing positive propaganda for the nuclear family, and you might think, oh, but there isn't any propaganda that led us down this way. Think to every single show that you see. What is the dad? He's a bumbling idiot. He's a Homer Simpson. He's a fucking Jerry from fucking Rick and Morty. He's basically a useless piece of shit, waste of space, and that's basically how women perceive. That's why women have this ingrained fucking mentality in them that they'd rather choose a bear than an actual man in the woods, because all this feminist propaganda, all this shit where it's like men are negative, men are the perpetrators of crime, all this kind of shit. Whereas even though like all of their experiences that they have in life, they would see that like, no, men are nice, men buy me drinks in clubs, men do this, men do that. So like, how can we live in a simp culture where all these men are like simping for women, trying to be nice to them, all this kind of shit? But then they also, well, like, women have this idea that men are like these like violent oppressors and all this kind of shit. It don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? So this is like the key thing that I wanted to drill down, is this whole kind of perception of like, oh, I'm gonna like dictate things on my terms. I'm gonna say I'm gonna make this guy wait. Now the problem with this already is you might have heard this typical thing said by a lot of like the red pill influencers, where it's rules for the betas, but they'll break those rules for the alphas. You know what I mean? So for example, this bitch right here, she's like, oh, like I'd never sleep with a guy on a first date. But you put her on a date with Leonardo DiCaprio or one of these Hollywood stars, she's throwing pussy around like it's, you know, like it's going out of the market, like, you know what I mean? It's going out of date essentially. Do you know what I mean? You instantly sleep with him on the first date. But like that's why she said, if you notice her language, I don't usually sleep with a guy on the first date, which means that she already has slept with a guy on the first date. It all really depends on the type of guy who she thinks that he is. And this is where I'm pointing back this whole kind of goofiness, right? So I done a post on the good old X there. Your boy Tareyak, you know what I'm saying? I linked the video and I said, Andrew, basically another reason why this strengthens Brian's position, because they're talking about like this whole false sense of virtue. It's like, oh, I think this guy wants virtue, ergo I'm going to pretend like I'm virtue. And this is the typical like with the woman lies as well, where like a man will lie. Here's an example of a man lying. Honey, of course I love you. Like that's a typical lie that a man will like. Most men, I'd say, wouldn't have any issue saying. Whereas when you look at a woman's lie is, honey, of course it's your kids. It's a lot more cynical, a lot more fucking thing. And that's why I say like women are abusive. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to identify what women's true natures are. Yeah, go ahead.
Squeeze me. So, so are you saying that no men lie nefariously?
No,
so you think women only lie nefariously, men don't lie nefariously?
I just gave you an example of a man lying.
Yes, okay. But you were saying that when women lie, it's nefarious, and when men lie, it's to save people's feelings.
To a degree, but I'd even say that like a man will lie for pussy, but a woman will lie to try and keep the relationship. It's like we'll try to keep him in that relationship.
Okay,
which
so what
is
do
different
men
things,
value?
As soon as you get the pussy, it's
okay.
I've got the pussy and now I can bounce. Whereas
So
a woman
what do,
will
yes.
keep it going.
What do men value versus what do women value? What do men want out of a relationship and what do women want?
Yeah. So this is the thing. Men want pussy.
Okay.
Women want
so
goofy
men
shit.
no. Men want to sleep with women, so men will lie to get to sleep with women. They'll say whatever so they can get sleep. And then women want a relationship, so they'll lie to get the relationship. So what's the difference?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? It's called logic.
Okay,
Men
what is
will
logic?
lie. Okay.
Well,
yes.
no, answer this question. What is logic?
You tell me, Tareyak, because I'm speaking logic.
No,
and you're just
answer the question. What is logic?
what makes sense. Making sense. Okay, look.
Okay, what is making sense? What is making sense?
Stop. I know you're just trying to get clickbaits and you're trying to be an asshole.
I'm not. I'm
No,
just
that's
asking for
literally
definition.
what you're trying to do. Everybody knows. That's fine. Whatever. Go ahead. But this is logic. Logic is men want to sleep with women. So men lie, cheat, and steal, whatever they have to do to get to sleep with women. Yes or yes? Do you follow that?
What is logic?
Do you follow that?
What is logic though?
Do
We
you
need to.
follow
This is what I'm
that?
saying
If
when
we
we're
can't-
getting.
No. This is what
this-
I'm saying. You were trying to get
Yeah, I
clickbait
understand
by
that. Yeah, we
talking
all understand
loud
that.
over me and being disrespectful. Fine. But when I'm speaking logically, you have to follow along.
All I'm asking for is what is the definition of logic?
I don't give a
'Cause,
fuck.
like,
Go look
'cause
it
this
up
is-
if you don't
this is-
understand.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, women will use terms, right? And this is why.
Are you
like
fucking-
I want. Yes, because like they'll use terms and they can't define these terms. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh well, this is logic. This is what it is. But then when you say
Logic is
okay.
reasoning. Is like, how did this become this? Steps logic. Okay, stop.
Okay, so I'll give the definition. So with logic, there's 3 rules. There's 3 laws to logic. There's the law of
You
identity.
don't know how many trees there are in the forest.
There's a lot of trees. There's the law of identity. There's the law of non-contradiction, and then there's the law of the excluded middle. Okay, so that's what logic is. So like this whole kind of concept around logic, you can't just like, and this is why I appreciate Kat being here, because like this is not like scripted. This is not me doing shit. This is why it's key to have like a woman on the show so we can demonstrate this in real time, where it's like this is logic. This is it, but like when you actually kind of break it down, it's like, well, I don't have any concept of logic. And this is where, like I say, like women can like live their lives, like saying all this shit, but like not having any consequence to it, not actually having any definitions behind it, not having any philosophy behind it.
Okay.
Just whatever comes to their mind.
One second.
it
I'm going to
feels
talk
right.
now. I'm going to talk now. Okay.
Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Logic, the science that deals with the principles and criteria of validity or an inference and a demonstration, whatever. This is what it says online. Who cares? Logic, making sense, right? Study of correct reasoning. So I'm trying to go through the correct reasoning and I'm seeing if you can follow it. I'm just wanting to see if you can follow it.
Yes.
What do men want? They want to sleep with women. Yes or yes?
They want pussy, yeah.
Okay, so men lie to get to sleep with women. They will say whatever they need to say to get to sleep with women. Yes or
Yeah.
yes?
Yes.
Women want to get a relationship, right? Yes or yes?
Not necessarily.
Yes, they want the relationship. They want resources, whatever, provide, provision, all that bullshit, right?
They want the relationship
Oy, oy, oy.
with the right guy. They want the relationship with a guy that's better than her. You understand?
Okay, but you're moving things around. We're just talking about this. Women want that. They want the relationship, right? They want the relationship or the provision, whatever, but they want the guy to commit to them, to give them that. Yes?
It depends on the guy, yeah.
Okay, whatever.
'Cause,
We're
like,
not talking about depend.
I'll-
Like maybe
I'll-
there's
I'll
some
show
girl
you.
you
One
don't want to
sec, one
sleep with
sec,
because
one
she's
sec.
hideous. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this, following on
Yeah.
along the logic.
Yeah. So let me show you where the discrepancy is. Like a guy would literally 80% of pussies out there. Like he'll take the pussy. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
okay.
But like
And
with
women
women,
will take 80% of the rich guys.
which again is like 8%.
We're
Men.
not talking about that. We're talking about what women want
Yeah, we are.
versus what men want. Okay, we're just trying to
Yeah.
narrow the focus, not move it around. We're trying to narrow it. Men want
Yeah.
to sleep with women
And
that they want to sleep
I'm
with.
narrowing it more.
Men want to sleep with women they want to sleep with. Yes. Say it. Yes or yes.
No.
They don't want to sleep with women that they want to sleep with.
Men will take any pussy because any pussy is better than jerking it. You know what I'm saying? Correct?
How could you leave me alone with him?
He's finally here. He's finally here.
Sorry, my bad.
So yeah, like Kat's basically doing. She's nailing her role perfect. She's nailing her role perfect here.
Fucking A,
Oh,
bro.
So
God.
Daemon,
Okay, look,
would you
What's going on?
concede? Would you concede to the fact that men will like take pussy even if it's a ugly bitch just because it's pussy?
Well, we're built to fuck. That's what we do.
Thank you. And then with women don't want the relationship with any guy. They want the relationship with the guy she wants. Correct?
I would say it's slightly different. I would say women want a relationship with a guy that they think other women want.
Exactly. So just saying that men want pussy and women want relationships is a false dichotomy. Like we're
I'm
not
not
laying
saying
out
that.
the.
Can we focus? Damon, please let me explain because this guy is pissing me off. Can you listen?
I love this. Like Kat's like she's already in this kind of like vibe of like
No, because
no, it's
Tareyak wants to do a gotcha stupid bullshit. So like I'm trying to follow the logic and he's not letting me, and then he's just like insulting me. So it's like freaking
yeah.
stupid.
Basically, Damon, like I basically asked her for the definition of logic. She didn't have a definition, and then
I was trying to talk about
upset.
this, and instead of answering the question, you start talking about logic because you were losing.
What was the actual topic that we started off on, by the way?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so
He was
you missed
trying to
video.
say,
Basically,
Let me explain it because you ramble. He was talking about how women are goofy, which he claims means like, you know, what was it, liars or something like that? I don't know, whatever. So that's his definition. And then he was saying shit like that women lie for nefarious reasons, like lying about their promiscuity so that they can get a good guy or whatever, or lying about their virtue so they can get a good guy, or lying about, I don't know, whatever, so they can get a good guy. And then he was saying that men only lie about things like, oh, you don't look fat in that dress. That's the only reason that men lie, right? And I'm like,
No.
no, that's what you said.
No.
Yes. And then I said, okay, so are you saying that women only not lie nefariously and men only lie to not hurt women's feelings?
Again, like this came from.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say that I think that having these discussions nowadays is a little bit strange, because I think that what's going on currently, how we've been changed by social media, behaviorally wise, I mean, has really changed a lot of social interactions. And I think that the reason why women lie today is different to the reasons why women lied 50 years ago. I think historically, if you look at the reasons why women might have been dishonest to some degree, is not the same as what it is like today. Whereas I think that if you look at men historically and today, it's largely remained unchanged why many men lie. I think that there is a growing number of weak men today who will lie for very different reasons. And they'll lie for similar reasons to what women lie for. But most men who are not afraid of their own masculinity, they're not afraid of hurting people. So men will be honest. Men will be brutally honest usually. And the only times that they're not going to be honest is if they're like, oh, well, I might offend someone and I need to think about their feelings. And usually that's women.
And this is why
So
we
like,
say
I'll
women
agree
are
with
emotional.
what Tareyak said there.
Yes, this is why we say women are emotional, whereas men are logical. You know what I mean? Like
But wait, Kat, do you... sorry, Tareyak. Kat, do you disagree with the idea that women lie to sell themselves? Because they'll spend an hour each morning lying to sell themselves.
Okay, no.
Like, that's the whole ritual of makeup and everything else.
I did not. I'm not defending women. His thing is women are worse than men in whatever ways he's going to say. My claim is that there's about equally worse guys and equally worse women, because that's just like how the bell curve goes. There's going to be bad people and good people of both genders.
And
That's it.
this is what I'm saying. Like this whole thing of like it has to be equal, whereas it's like this is like this feminist propaganda that I was talking about, where it's like it has to be equal for it to make sense or to be logical.
Feminist propaganda
really.
does not say that both men and women are equally evil. Feminist propaganda says men are evil and women are inherently good. That's what it says.
Yeah, but it's saying that men and women,
supremacy, not real equality.
Yeah, but it's based on this. So men and women should be equal. So entailing from that logic, you're saying that men are equally as evil as women.
I said there are very evil men and very evil women.
To be fair, I think where feminism has taken it to today is literally just shitting on men.
Yeah.
I don't really see much. I mean, I agree with you, Tareyak, that originally, like the early couple of waves of feminism was pushing this idea of equality and like we're the same, there's no difference. But nowadays, I think like what wave are we on now? The fourth or the fifth? I don't know, of feminism. But now it's literally just like women are fucking can do anything, and men are just pieces of shit who need to stand aside because fuck the patriarchy.
And like the main point that I'm getting at here is that like women can live their lives in these delusions. Do you know what I mean? They can live in these lies. It's like you look at Lizzo, you look at like all this kind of shit, where it's like, yeah, like, you know, body positivity and all this shit, where it's like there was no males that was in that body positivity movement. It was only women. And this is where it's
Oh
like
well,
they don't have to
there was
deal
that
with it.
fat perf. What's his name? The English guy who's just a rotund piece of shit. The non-binary dude. What's his name? Squeaky voice.
Ah, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, but
Seems
he's
like he's
basically acting like a
crying.
woman anyway, so it kind of makes
Yeah,
my point in
yeah,
terms
yeah.
of that.
Sam Smith, I think it was. I can't remember,
Yes.
but I think it
Hmm.
was that guy. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who jumped on it. But let's be fair. Like, if we're willing to accept that men are essentially stronger than women, then it's men who need to take the blame for fucking feminism, because it would never have succeeded if it wasn't for fucking male feminists.
Weak men like wanting to do this whole lie shit where it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna like admit all this shit even though I know it's wrong, or all this kind of shit because they just want pussy. They were enabled by weak men, but that's why we need the strong men to come back and say, no, this is the way it is. Be able to stick by the truth. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
basically, we have
yeah.
ourselves here, Damon, to catch up where we're at. It was like this bitch was there saying it's like, oh, I don't sleep on the first day usually, which means that she has done in the past, or if the guy was like, you know, high status enough. Yeah,
You're
exactly.
the
That laugh
first I've
tells it
ever
all.
done this with. You're the first.
It,
Like, bullshit.
all this kind of goofy shit, and then Andrew kind of came back and said, well, like you're just like all you're doing is like, you're lying. You're trying to sell this kind of false sense of purity, essentially, uh purely or false sense of virtue, purely because you think that's what the guy wants. And what I'm basically trying to relay now in terms of this lie actually negatively affects the woman in the long run, because this is why we see like a lot of women, like the relationship breaks down, all this kind of shit, is because they're starting off the relationship on the wrong foot. They think that they can live in this lie and essentially everything's going to be good because they're living in a lie. They live in la la land, all the make believe, all this kind of shit. So I wrote a post like kind of like further kind of like doubling down on this, saying that even from the other perspective of like why do women make men they're interested in wait, right? And then Brian's position is that they're faking virtue because they think that's what the man wants. But women making a man wait is actually works against them in the relationship, since it's on her terms, not his. Like how, like, because a woman doesn't want to be the leader; she wants to be led. So it's like, why are you trying to start it off on these like bullshit terms that you'll break these rules for an alpha, but you have all these kind of set of rules for the betas? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, not
this
to
whole kind of
mention
like
the fact that. Sorry, go ahead.
it basically kind of like breaks down to where it's like you're like, and this is why you see like a lot of these women like basically tear down these men and turn them into bitches, and that's when the relationship ends. You know what I mean? It's because you're not going on his terms, you're going on your own terms and just trying to morph him into your terms, which is just going to turn him into a follower, not leader. And this is where I have the whole kind of king queen analogy, whereas like if you take it on her terms that she's the queen, all this kind of shit, you'll never be able to elevate yourself to being a king, whereas a king can elevate a woman being a queen.
Yeah, but see, that's you've pointed out quite correctly that that's going to be damaging for the woman, right? But the funny
Mm-hmm.
thing is that that's the best outcome that women can hope for in that scenario, is that like the man's going to just wait and wait and wait and slowly become more broken down until she turns him into a weak man, and that's the guy that she ends up with. What usually tends to happen with most guys that are clued up is that when they present themselves as being something that they're not, we have, and I'm not saying we as men, women have done it as well. Human beings have got this uncanny ability to spot something that isn't genuine, right? This is why we're not being transphobic when we so-called, I'm putting air quotes here, misgender a trans person. Because number one, we're not misgendering them. They're misgendering themselves. We're calling them what they are, right? But number two, we can spot a pretender. Okay? Every animal in the animal kingdom can do this. We spot pretenders. We know when something isn't genuine. If a weak prey animal is trying to fake not being weak, a predator is going to still pick him out of a crowd. It's going to know what it is. Like, no, this one's being protected by the rest of the herd. Some are marching behind it, some are surrounding it. We know that that's weak because it's an infant, it's younger, or it's somehow crippled. And the predators will spot that. We can spot a man in a dress. Okay, all the foundation isn't going to cover up that stubble. We can see that jawline. We know you've got those big clown hands. Like we know when something isn't what it pretends to be. And if a woman tries to present herself as virtuous and tries to act like she's some reformed hoe now, we're going to know, no, you're not. And the only reason that the guy might stick around is, well, the sex is good and I'm not ready to settle down yet. And this is good for the time being. So I'm going to just waste her time because she's wasting mine. And then when I've found something better, I'm going to drop her and move on to the better option. So never have I ever seen, and I know this sounds sexist, but it's true. Never have I ever seen a woman fully, really, genuinely take advantage of a man unless the man allowed it. The man's like, she thinks she's taking advantage of me. Sorry, it's the UK. But, you know, she thinks that she's good. Yeah, she thinks she's getting away with it. And she thinks, oh, I'm pulling the wool over his eyes. No, you're not. He hasn't put a ring on your finger. You know? And even if the guy has put a ring on your finger, with these gold digging women that you see, he's probably got like 10 lawyers on retainer who are absolutely going to slaughter you in court. And you're not going to get a single penny. Guys will allow this stuff and women think, oh, look, I'm winning. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's like when you're roughhousing in bed in the morning and, oh, look, I've pinned him and I've won. No, you haven't. He's let you have that. And I know it sounds cruel and I know it sounds like a chauvinistic thing to say, but I'm sorry, it's honest. It's facts.
To solidify that as well. So, like, Kat, like, what have you had to do to get a guy's like interest or to get in a relationship? Like, what are the things that you had to do to get in a relationship?
Be cute.
Exactly. A woman doesn't have to do anything except for just exist. You know
Do you
what I mean?
think
'Cause
that
the guy,
men and women are the same?
the guys, no, I'm making the case that they're different. That like a woman is just like, I just have to exist. That's all I have to do is just exist, right? Because I got a pussy. This is the power of the pussy. You know what I'm saying? Whereas with men, men has to. We talk about the financial game. It's like you have to have a job. You have to be able to do a budget. You have to be able to save. You have to then be able to invest. Let's talk about how you have to be able to manage your weight. You have to have discipline over your diet. You have to like all these other shit that you have to do. You have to be able to learn to talk to women. You have to be funny. You have to develop a personality. All the shit that men have to do. So when you get into a relationship, Kat, right, and you just like I'm cute. Why should I love you when I'm lovable? See what I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying. You can say that, but that's not good. What are you comparing? You're comparing a woman's criteria to a man's criteria. They're different beings.
Yeah, and so like, why should a man love you?
It's his choice.
Yeah, but why?
It's mutual. Whatever the reason he decides. I don't know why people love me. I can only say why I love someone else. And it's up to them to decide if they love me back. And if we both agree, then get together. Why is that hard to understand?
Yeah, so like again, this is the whole thing of like where I'm able to list off all these different things that a guy has to, because a woman never has to put her perspective in terms of what a guy wants. It's always what she wants.
But
know what I'm
of
saying?
course,
Do you
women
understand what I'm
think
saying?
about what guy wants. No, I don't understand what you're saying because you just complained that women
But you
lie
just one sec,
to
Kat, one
pretend to
sec,
be
one sec,
virtuous. So that's
one sec,
thinking
Kat,
about
one
what a
sec, one
guy
sec.
wants.
One sec. You basically said it's like, yeah, of course I have to put myself in the guy's perspective. So what did you have to do to get in a relationship? From the guy's perspective.
I don't know you can ask Steven, but like I know what I did. I don't know what worked. How
Okay,
would
so
I know what it
did you
was?
do? What like have you ever had to like develop like a psychology, develop like your skills, your social skills, develop your like thing, or
Everybody
you
has to do
basically
that, Tareyak. Everybody.
yeah, okay, so then what did you do?
We got friends, learned how to talk to people, went to school. I don't know, talked around people,
But this is what I'm
saw
saying.
other wives, hung
When
out
I
with other married women, see
when
how they ask married
yeah,
couples how they
when I
got
asked you
together.
when I asked you the question, you was like, "Oh well, I was just cute." But a woman just has
Look,
to be
because
cute.
you were not specific enough. I don't know what you were trying to get at.
Okay, like, can I
Like,
Yeah.
ask
you know, you're
something?
trying to like sneak around.
Yeah, go ahead, Damon.
Let me just ask two things. First of all, to the chat, somebody said they disagree with me. It was the new next. So, new next, can you just let me know what point you disagree with? And we can go into that. But the other thing is that I think Kat also agrees largely with what you've been saying, Tareyak. I think that the whole idea
Mm-hmm.
of these women coming in being like, I demand this, like the guy needs to do this and this and this and this for me. Kat also has problems with that. Like, I think that she does realize that there needs to be like a level of compromise, because you were calling this out. I think is this going to be in the stream today? The whole idea of the expectations on men that women have.
Yeah, like this is what we're getting at. Like, look, why these bitches are goofy, because they live in this kind of like delusion where it's like I can come to the table with nothing but pussy, whereas a guy comes to the table with all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Like he has to
Okay,
develop
so
himself, talk
I'll
about
say
like diet,
something
develop his
about that.
social skills, finances.
I'm not trying to make this sound like the feminism thing that I know that you hate, right? Which I also hate. But
This is the velvet glove, folks.
nature, huh? What was that?
This is the velvet glove. You know what I'm saying? But this is why I love you, Damon, because like you have this velvet glove approach. It's like I'm gonna say this where it doesn't
I
offend
haven't
them,
done
but
it
it
in a
still
while.
makes the point.
No. I don't think it. I think it's just something that we need to just be aware of, thinking about it this way. Nature is all about balance without trying to sound like a hippie. But you do sometimes find that, and this is one of the things that when I kind of I never kind of strayed off of the path of, Christianity, but what reinforced my idea in this kind of idea of a God is the idea that there is this kind of perfect design to everything in nature. There is this kind of like idea that there's a balance to everything, and it seems like there's an intelligent design, therefore there must be a designer. But what you tend to see with men and women as well, like we spoke about this a couple of weeks ago, the idea that women are the gatekeepers when it comes to sex, men are the gatekeepers when it comes to marriage, right? And there is a balance in that. Like, yeah, women have the pussy, they can just show up with the pussy, they can get their pick of the guy. But that will only get you so far. Because if the woman wants to lock that guy down, now it depends on the guy picking her. Like, he picked her to fuck her, but he didn't pick her to marry her. Is he going to marry her? Now, the idea of, well, I'm going to hold out and not going to give up the pussy, that's stupid, because he can get the pussy from somewhere else. If he's a high value guy, there's going to be other women out there who are going to want to do whatever it takes to get the ring. Now, you can say, oh, but it's degeneracy if you give up the pussy. Or it's degeneracy if the guy goes for loads of different women. But unfortunately, we're living in a time of degeneracy. If you don't do it, someone else is going to get that guy, you know? So that's the pressure that's on women. The pressure on women is that, unfortunately, in today's society, there is this expectation of whorishness to some degree, that they're going to fuck before marriage. Otherwise, all these other bitches are going to get the good guys. And we need to accept that that's a fact. But there is this period that when women are in their late teens to late 20s, they have got the pick of whoever the fuck they want. And they can still get men easily after that age up to a certain degree. But now they are competing with younger and younger and younger women who will also want to get those guys. Now, yes, women are the gatekeepers of sex, but there is more to it than that. They're only the gatekeepers of sex up until a certain age. Because when they hit their 30s, now men are the gatekeepers of sex. Because they are competing against younger and younger and younger women, and the pool of men is starting to run dry. Most men will be married by the time they're in their 30s. And you see these women are going to either compete for younger men and they're competing against much younger women, or they're going to start competing for older men. That's why when you look at a woman in her 30s, she's with a guy who's a lot older if she's not married yet. Because now there's guys in their 50s who can take a pick of women in their 30s. So
And
the
this,
gatekeepers of sex thing, it's got a time limit on it. Your vagina's got an expiration date. I'm sorry.
yeah, but like this is the thing, like from a man's perspective, just to, because again, I'm trying to introduce options into your vocabulary, Kat, right? Please, I know it tastes sour, but it's like you got to take this medicine, right? There's only one Elon Musk on the planet, right? There's a finite amount of him, but any 18-year-old like fresh into the market, like her value is her pussy. That is just a fact of life. It's a fact of nature. So it's like if I get with a bitch who's like 20, and then after 5 years she's giving me problems, I can just walk away. Because there's new pussy coming into the market every single day. That bitch is replaceable. Elon Musk is not replaceable. Do you understand?
Is that what we're talking about? Because that's not what you were talking about before.
No. If we're
Are
talking
you
about the
talking about Elon
expectations,
Musk?
no, he's
We're
giving an
talking-
example about how high value
I've
guys.
heard, he's repeated these multiple times. I get that, but if we're talking, you asked me basically, why did Steven marry me, right? And now you're saying there's only one Elon Musk. Okay, that's great. What does that have to do with anything? I wasn't going for a billionaire. Like, I don't give a shit about Elon Musk. Like, I don't understand.
This is why I love Kat.
It's
It's this whole perspective. It's like, well,
No,
for me,
Kat,
that's not true.
we're not.
But
I don't think we're
Yeah.
trying to do a gotcha. I think that
Of course
this
you.
is look. No. This is a topic that Tareyak, I've seen him discuss a lot. He's pretty passionate about it. The platforms that Tareyak's on is a big thing that people discuss. And I think it probably doesn't resonate with you like it resonates with guys. But there is this kind of unfair balance
is
when it
not
comes
fair.
to what we expect. Yeah, exactly. And this is again going
Why
back
do
to
you
the whole
want
nature
things
is
to be
balance
fair?
thing.
There's no
We
fair.
don't.
No. I
We
agree
don't.
that it. See, the only thing that this is when I said that there's a balance in nature. We've heard this before, we've seen it before, and we know it's true. Life is fair in how equally unfair it is to everyone. Okay, everything's random. You might have way more money than another dude, but he might have a bigger dick than you. So, like, you don't know how it will go. Someone might be better looking, but might be shit in bed. And you got another fat guy, but he appreciates it more and he tries harder. Whatever the fuck happens, everyone is equally blessed or cursed one way or another, if you look at it that way. So, we've all seen the stories of like people who are like super successful, but they're fucking sociopaths and they're fucking crazy. They can't land a goal. Like I know a guy at work who's fucking loaded. He's got tens of millions and he just can't get a goal. Like literally, he can't save his life. He can't get a fucking goal. The guy is absolutely retarded when it comes to speaking to people. So, he has to fucking pay for it. It's sad. It's sad to see. At least he's got the money to pay for it, but everything's fucked. Like it swings and roundabouts.
But this is what I'm trying to get at, where it's like when we're the whole kind of like concept of like, what do you bring to the table? When a man and a woman are getting together for a relationship, the thing that she brings is pussy. That's the only thing that she's bringing to the table. And throughout the course of the relationship, that pussy is getting older and older and older, so it's degrading in value, whereas the man is expected to up his value. We have the clip from the show a couple of weeks ago, where it's like, even that expectation for you, Kat, was like, no, he has to be able to improve. Even though she got fat and she's lesser value now, so her value can dip down, but where the guy's values has to improve. And this is what we're saying, it's like, the guy has to bring so much to the table for these bitches, and then these bitches kind of act as though like, well, I bring my energy or my vibes
Okay,
or like
Tareyak,
whatever
Tareyak.
bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want everything to be fair? Is that what you're asking? That everything be fair?
No,
Then
I'm saying what
are you
is.
talking?
I'm saying
Nothing
what
is fair.
is.
Nothing is fair.
Yeah,
Life is
I'm
not
saying
fair.
what is. I'm saying what
Well,
is.
okay, Kat, let's take it to this, Kat. When you met Steve, who made the first move?
I did.
And
Okay,
how
what
did
did you
you
do?
make that first move?
I messaged him.
And
Okay,
how
how did you
old were you
message him?
guys at the time?
I messaged him online. What?
How old were you guys? How old are you?
What do you mean? How old am? That is private. I am
Were
elderly.
you guys okay? Were you guys
We were
working?
young. We
Were
were
you
young
I'll
guys?
and
be right
hot.
back.
We
You
were
were
young.
still
We were
studying.
young and hot.
You were still in uni, college, whatever.
Yes, we were just starting college.
Okay, cool. And I think the main thing that Tarek's trying to get at is these crazy bitches that you see on like online on talking about relationships and what they expect with like he has to pay for everything, he has to roll up in a fucking expensive car, he has
He
to
didn't
be
have a
like
car.
wearing this and dressed like this and all like that. But like, how did you guys go about? What did you have these crazy expectations that he has to basically handle and do everything and you don't owe a single fucking thing? Or was there some kind of, I don't know, I guess like more realistic levels of
Well, look, I
expectation?
can tell you about me. I can't like it's not my fault what the other girls are doing out there.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
Well, you want to know how I did it? We went to eat someplace for lunch. We got something and then we left, and then he didn't call me for a while, and then he called me, and then he's like, I know you don't really like me, but you want to go to a movie as friends? And I was like, sure. And then we went to movies for months together every single Saturday, and I paid for the tickets and he paid for food, or vice versa, for months.
Okay, see that's kind of cute and also kind of tragic.
Why is that tragic? He couldn't tell that I liked him.
Why the low? Okay, see, I think this is probably manipulative. I know guys who do
How is
that
it manipulated?
because he's acting all kind of like, oh, I know you don't like me, but how about we hang out as friends? Like he's letting you feel like you're in charge, that you're making the moves, when really he's like, he knows that you
No, it
fucking like
wasn't.
him. It's
It
just
was
that
like
he doesn't know.
he literally thought I didn't like him, but he still kind of liked me.
I've done that sometimes. Like when you see those kind of like girls who are like super anxious and they're like a fucking deer that's gonna run away, like you step on a fucking twig and it snaps and they'll shit themselves. So like you act like they're in charge, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be like completely unthreatening and I'll be like your gay best friend until they're like, I can convert you. And
Well,
then you're like,
whatever
all
his
right.
tactics, that's all we did.
Well, no, that's cool. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, well done. It's nice to see a guy manipulate a girl once in a while.
Oh my
So,
god! It
what?
wasn't
This
fucking
is what I'm saying.
Subway.
Like notice when I asked the question, it was like I made the first move. I messaged him, but it was Stephen who
Yeah,
basically
it was
said,
Steve
"Oh,
who
do you
made
want
the
to go out
first
and movie
move.
as friends?" Yeah,
He
exactly.
made the whole thing of like,
There would
oh,
be
I get the
no
feeling
This is
that
what I'm talking about, fellas, where they live in this,
How
and this is
is
why I
it-
love
how is
Kat,
it not-
because it's this delusion. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead, Kat.
I messaged him. That's the first move. Messaging
This is
someone
what I'm
who
saying.
doesn't know who you
Like
are
a
is
woman
move.
thinking that she walks up to you in the bar, like that's her making the move. You know what I mean?
That is
What-
Everything
what-
else.
Okay, what did
Oh
you
my God,
message
I
him
can't-
on,
I
Kat?
can't.
Are you listening to this, Daemon?
Hey, you're cute. I don't know.
Kat, what did you message him on?
I'm old, like Friendster or something. I don't know. Let's not date it, okay?
Okay. Okay, so going on to goofy bitches.
which Kat's highlighting perfectly. I think, like I said,
No,
this is a
What
10
did
out
I
of 10
do that was
performance.
freaking no? What did I do that was so goofy? Which you
Like
don't even
the-
fucking thing. Fucking
Again,
explain.
but basically walking up to a guy and it's like saying, "Hey, like that's not a move." Do you know what I'm saying? Like Stephen reaching
No,
out
but
to the
she said,
to
here's the thing.
let
Here's the thing.
me
Let's
explain
be
this.
fair.
One sec, Damon. Like Stephen setting up the day, that's making the move. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, he prefaced it was like, yeah, let's be friends, all this kind of shit. But that's him making the move.
Kat did, to be fair, Kat did message him first, even if it was set up by Steve. Kat did in her mind, she took the initiative of messaging first.
How many bitches
So
are
we gotta-
messaging you guys? All right, this is rare.
Yeah, no. See, I'll admit.
This is what I'm
I'll
saying.
admit,
Stephen's a genius.
Some of the best relationships
did
I've
it.
had. Yeah, but Kat, some of the best relationships that I've had were by girls with girls who messaged me first. But I paved the way for that. I got in there acting as the kind of unthreatening guy friend who I'll be there for you whenever you want to talk. You know, I'll be the penis that you can cry on. No, sorry, the shoulder that you can cry on. You know, if things are hard or whatever. And they make the first move. They get comfortable enough. They make the first move, right? But he did put that ball in your court for you. And to be fair to you, you hit it, and that's good. And you feel like you made the first move, and that's cool. But another thing
Fuck
that
you
she said,
guys.
Tareyak, that was cool. No, but another thing that she did say, I don't know if you were here for that, Tareyak, was
Yeah, no, I heard it.
she did pay for the movies. She paid for the movies. He paid for the food. There was this kind of like we're splitting things. She wasn't acting like the princess who expects everything handed to her. So that's cool. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. We don't need the girls to pay their fucking share, but it just shows that you're not with the guy for the wrong fucking reasons and that you don't have these silly expectations. So credit to Kat for that. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But this is what I'm saying, where it's like this whole kind of velvet glove approach, which what I want to be able to highlight. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's not just like my one way of doing it or whatever. There's multiple ways of doing this, but there is an underlying philosophy behind this. There's an underlying kind of like methodology behind this shit, where it's like in Kat's position, where it's like that type of woman. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to like allow her to think that she's like, you know, making the first move. But it's actually like Damon was eloquently put in the British accent, that it's like all this shit was like set into motion by Stephen. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's
You don't get attached. I like the way you kiss.
What the fuck?
what the fuck?
Tell you this.
Trans women look like men because they are men.
Yeah. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck. But yeah, get
And
back
if it has a
to what I
cock
was,
like a duck, it's a man.
so like get back to what I was saying here. Is like this whole kind of online thing. It's like these ladies who think, oh, like when they get 30, it's like, oh, I'm gonna make a guy wait and all the shit. It's actually destructive to the relationship and what they actually want to go by and what they want to go for it as well. Gav, you reshare the screen there as well. Another thing that like women will try to point out is that it's like, oh, my past shouldn't matter. And again, Kat, I'm not saying you, okay? I'm saying these goofy bitches that are out here on the whatever podcast and all this shit, they'll always make the case, my past shouldn't matter, my past shouldn't matter. But if a guy just takes one dick in his past, all of a sudden that is grounds for divorce, that's grounds for everything. Because again, I would like to point out, right? If a guy finds out that his wife had a lesbian experience when she was at college, it's different. Like that turns him
Even
on
you
more.
guys
That's
can say that.
yeah, exactly. So it's like this is the whole thing where like I'm genuinely convinced that like women are more homophobic than men. They're just better at hiding it, right? Because if a woman finds out a man had a gay experience in college, the relationship's over. She does not view him in the same way again. It's a turn off. It's dead. It's just it's basically a divorce or an end relationship waiting to happen. Whereas if a man finds out his woman had a gay experience in college, that's a threesome waiting to happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this whole thing.
End, though. It'll end.
Yeah, it's degen. It is degen. I'll give you that, right? But like this is what I'm saying, where it's like this whole thing of like trying to apply like the same kind of like lens through both men and women, it doesn't work. Life is unfair. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I
But
said.
this is yeah, but this is the way it is. Do you know what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. It's medicine. This whole kind of like
Okay,
propaganda that you were.
stop. Damon, am I fucking crazy? Or is it when I say life is not fair, he just says I'm retarded, but then when he says it, it's like fucking
No.
Bible.
No, I did say at the very beginning that I think you guys are actually agreeing on most things here.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's just that you're both passionate about this, but in different ways. Tareyak's
Yeah, but
passionate
like,
about this because he's been calling this shit out and exposing this shit for a long time. And Kat, you're passionate about it in a kind of female retarded way that women get passionate about. I'm joking.
You guys freaking kiss each other's ass so much.
I'm joking, Kat. We're just joking here. We're joking.
Jesus fucking Christ.
dude, that's what I love about Daemon with the velvet glove. Like sometimes he'll like take off the velvet glove, give her a little slap, and then put it back on. But like, yeah, I'm just joking, bitch. You know what I'm saying? But like, this is what I'm saying, where it's like life is not fair. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it should be fair. I'm just telling you what way it is. And this is the whole kind of like conflation that happens, where people think that like I'm saying like the red pill in the broader sense are making like these prescriptions when they're not actually making a prescription. They're just saying the description, and then they do a hypothetical to point out the flaw in logic that's here. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, so you're saying this. It's like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out that life is unfair. You should act accordingly, but not like try to do this whole kind of feminism shit. And this is why like a lot of the red pill shit will go down the lines of like it's just like subverted or closeted feminism, where they think no, it should be fair, but it shouldn't. You know what I mean, life's unfair.
Can I
It is
just
what it
say-
is, folks.
Can I just say one thing that pisses me off whenever we look at Fresh and Fit or the whatever podcast or whoever's calling this shit out, like even when it's smart people calling this shit out, like nobody ever really questions what the fuck is motivating the women that are talking this shit. Like what the fuck are they actually trying? What standard are they trying to live up to? What the fuck is their motivating ideology? Nobody questions that shit. Like even Andrew, even like beyond Andrew, like the bigger people that have been talking about this, like, you know, like in public, like really, really well-known public speakers, they still haven't actually said, who the fuck is putting this shit into your head? And why are you behaving this way? What exactly are you trying to emulate? What kind of behavior are you trying to emulate? When you look at Elon Musk, when you look at Donald Trump, when you look at any guy who's like very, very successful in their field, who's considered to be either an alpha or a high value guy or whatever, whenever you look at these guys, there are standards that they are trying to not only live up to, but exceed. They're bars that they're trying to raise in their field, and they're trying to take shit a step further and a step further and a step further in that pursuit of excellence. And that pursuit of excellence that they're trying to attain or exceed, there's principles to it. There's set out values to it. And you have to, you know, when they say like, you know, dress the part, like, you know, dress for the job that you want, not the job that you got. Like, that's not just simply talking about what you're wearing. That's talking about how you carry yourself, how you speak, how you behave, everything. Now, when you look at this woman in the picture here, what the fuck? What the fuck does she look like she's trying to do? She's got her hair combed back and she's trying to wear these bookworm glasses, which is the only kind of
the only in a child's outfit.
The
glasses so she looks smart.
Has. Yes. The only IQ is in her fucking glasses.
Okay.
But she's got her tits pushed up. She's trying to look like, you know what she's trying to look like? An intellectual pedophile's wet dream.
Yes, exactly.
But this is what I'm saying. Like women don't have a philosophy. They just go with their emotions, and whatever goes through their head, they just say it. They don't have that like internal filter like men do. And just to kind of catch up on my chat as well, because they're kind of bringing up this whole thing. Bang Bang Lulu brings up the whole kind of like Patrice and it's like, yeah, I'm a disciple of Black Phillip. Okay, I would highly recommend that everyone it's on YouTube, all 12 episodes of the Black Phillip show. Now I'm giving that as a recommendation, but I'm putting the stipulation. Patrice is going at this from the point of view where he doesn't care about lineage. He doesn't want to have kids, doesn't want to like build a family and all that kind of shit. He's literally just doing it for DJ and all that kind of shit. So you have to look at it through that lens where it's like what he's saying is right, but his prescriptions, that's where you kind of say, no, the prescriptions aren't right. You know what I mean? And another thing as well, where it's rich guys get done for hobos. This whole thing is like that's a misnomer. Like she ain't gonna marry a fucking hobo. Like Tom Brady. It's like his wife ended up with some yoga instructor, but that relationship fucking blew up within fucking 6 months, some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like like what we're trying to say is that like from the man's point of view, it's like there's only one Tom Brady, there's only one Elon Musk. These bitches, like I said, they keep being replaced, and that's what a woman's greatest fear in the relationship is. What is a woman's greatest fear when she's in a long-term relationship? He's gonna leave me for someone younger, even though because she knows that the value that she brings is like the main point that the guy is going for is because of pussy.
Okay, Tareyak, can
That's
I
the
say
main thing that
something?
she brings.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
To be fair though,
Oh my God.
I've got to say something first. Sorry, because I'm a man, so I go first. So no, seriously though, the Tom Brady thing, just got a comment. That was his fault. That was Tom Brady's fault. If you've got a woman who looked as hot as Giselle looked, and you get a male yoga instructor for her, who's going to be bending her into like pretzel shapes and having his hands all over her, I'm sorry. You asked for another dude to fuck her. That's basically what you did. That's like, I've got like a 26-year-old wife and she wants to learn Brazilian jiu-jitsu, so I'm going to pay for this young dude to grapple with her. No, you're paying him to fuck her. You know that's what's going to happen. You know that's what's going to happen. He had more sense than that. I don't care how many fucking head hits he took or however many CTEs he might have failed. That guy was stupid for doing that.
Mm-hmm. But this is why Patrice says that you can't fall into that trap of loving a woman like she loves you. A woman can love you, but you can't love her. You can like her. The ideal zone is that you like this bitch. You know what I'm saying? Because if you start doing booby, like googly eyes, all this kind of shit, you're going to fall into these traps. It is what it is, fellas. It's not fair, but it is what it is.
Okay, maybe it's a semantics thing. But personally, like what it seems to me like you're saying is that with the whole googly eyes thing, I would say that as you can still love a woman. It's just that when you can't get to the level where you put her on a fucking pedestal that she hasn't earned, right? You can't hold her up as this kind of paragon of everything is fucking amazing. Like you can love her, just stop fucking blowing air up her fucking skirt. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, 100%.
You've got to still recognize she's fallible. Yeah.
The other way the ancient Greeks had like 5 different words for loves for the different types. There's like agape, there's erotos or whatever the fuck. It's like you need to have like the erotos where she can have the agape kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Is Stephen is the evil mastermind joining us?
Yeah, he's doing something really fast. Can I play this
Yeah,
video?
I want to pick Steve's brain. Yeah, play the video.
Oh my God.
Introduce yourself.
Well, I'm Big Tony. I am your number one OF subscriber.
And how much have you spent?
$35K, $35,000.
Oh, it's nice to finally meet you.
Oh, you have soft hands. Finally, I got to touch them.
Introduce yourself.
Well, I'm
look at her body reaction. She's like visually creeped out by this dude, and this dude gave her 35 grand. Like if Daemon gave me 35 grand, like I'd be his like best mate, but like, yeah, bro, let's do all this shit. Do you know what I mean? Like what? Like you could even see it. Like she was like she's like, oh fuck, get him the fuck out of the studio. You know what I'm saying? But this is this whole kind of like thing of like the sympedemic that we're in, where these guys think, oh yeah, like I'll get her attention, all this kind of shit. But it's like, Chris put it beautifully, where it's like bitches will say it's like, I let you eat my pussy. As if like she was granting you some sort of like satisfaction
every 5 seconds. Let's.
I'm like I said, I'm going hard to because I'm not going to be on air. I'm not going to be alive for like another like 3-4 weeks. I'm trying to get my money's worth out, right?
Yeah, no. I agree. We
He's not
shouldn't
going to be
say that.
alive.
He's not going to.
Yeah, so like this whole concept around this is that it's like the woman will like say, like, I let you give me pleasure. Like that's what she's saying with that statement. Like that is the most arrogant shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah. And this is, guys are doing this to themselves. We need to understand that every single time something like this happens, whenever you get these kind of self-entitled women like the one in
Guys
that
are so
video.
goofy.
Well, no, this is what I was saying. Like men do need to
Simps are
accept
retarded, yeah.
responsibility for this, right? And any guy who disagrees that men need to accept, this is the problem that I find with the red pill. A lot of guys in the red pill community, not everybody, there's always exceptions, obviously, but a lot of the guys want to believe like we're the men, we're in charge, we dominate, we're stronger, we're faster, like we've built the world, we've done this, we've done that. But at the same time, when you see that you're getting fucking owned in certain circles by women, you're not willing to accept this because you chose to be weak in those fields. You handed power over, and now you're getting fucking trounced by allowances that you made, and you don't want to take responsibility for it. Like, you let these people get out of control. You let these women think that they were worth that and they can make those demands because you're throwing 35K at them without even fucking touching them. So you got this guy over here who looks like a fucking melting Buddha statue in a sofa, who just decided to hand over 35K to a woman who he's never fucking seen in real life. And the first time he puts a hand on her, she looks disgusted by him. It's like,
Over
well,
the
you made her
illusion of
think,
sex.
yeah. And it's because he made her think that she was that superior to him. He should be like, hey, I'm here now, and just bend her over the sofa and take her. If he can find his dick under all that blubber. But this is the thing. Like, you see, there's ugly only. Look at that fucking. Who were we fucking talking about last week? The reformed hoe.
Nala.
Yeah. Nala, like, if you, Tara, in all honesty, Tara, I don't want to be mean because part of me wants to believe that she found Jesus and I want to give her a chance. But if you saw her in a club, would you waste a second fucking look on her?
No, man, this whole like big lips, plastic surgery shit, that's a
Exactly.
turn off for me.
She's got a big fucking Squidward nose. She looks like her eyebrows are pulled over to the back of her fucking neck. Her jawline is everywhere. She's a weird looking fucking girl. And she's got more makeup on her than she'd make a tranny blush. I'm sorry. She is not an attractive woman. I wouldn't buy her a drink. I wouldn't even look at her a second time. So
I'd be
how the
afraid I'd catch
fuck is
something.
it? How is she making that much money? Because there's desperate idiots out there willing to throw it at her. So when she goes out in public, she's expecting eyes to be on her. She thinks that she's hot. Why? Because she's had so many desperate loser eyes on her that's made her feel that she's got some value. But in the real world, if you actually had to look at who these people are that's giving you attention, she wouldn't even want attention from most of the guys that are giving it to her. And that's perfectly demonstrated in the video that we saw. Because when it go, well, we know that she wouldn't want their attention. She wouldn't even want their money if it's coming from those guys. And how do we know that? Because what's the difference between a compliment and sexual SA? What's the difference between a compliment and SA? Tareyak? Who it comes
whether or not
from,
she finds the guy attractive.
Exactly. So when a girl walks down the street, if there's a guy who looks like he goes to the gym every day, who takes care of himself, who's well dressed, if he whistles at her, if he turns around and slaps her ass, what's she going to do? She's going to blush and giggle. But if it's that dude in the video that we saw who looks like he weighs a metric fucking ton, what's going to happen then? She's going to call the police. So that shows you that these women know that you're only worth something if the compliments come from a guy who's worth something. So Nala needs to understand she's not attractive. She's at best a 4.
At best.
At best.
You know what I mean?
Because the guys who pay for her, the kind of guys whose fucking dick smells of Cheetos because they just jack off in the mum's basement.
And like, this is why I give the analogy of like the drug dealer. You know what I mean? It's like they're like the drug dealer. They get all this attention from all these people that want the drugs, but it's like they don't want to hang around with the people that they sell drugs to. You know what I mean, they got their own boys. They bounce. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with these OnlyFans bitches. You know what I mean? Like all these fucking guys that are giving money to them and all this shit, it's like they're literally like drug addicts to them. They don't want any got to do with them. They're aiming for something that's higher, that they know is better than them. You know what I mean? But the problem is that we have so much guys with such low self-esteem think that's the only way I can get a girl's attention, all this shit. No, you can actually like upgrade yourself. Like you do on like all these video games and all this shit. It's like you level up. That's why you have the level up analogy. You know what I mean? You can improve yourself. You can change your diet. You can manage your finances. You can do all this shit. And like I said, it's I'm not trying to say it's like this is the way it should be like this utopia, all this kind of shit. I'm just saying, look at the way the shit is and then change yourself according. You know what I'm saying? Because life ain't fair.
What is going on up in here? What is this? No. What is this? What is this? Wait, come on. No. What's going on? Excuse me. Wow. Wow. Don't worry about what this is. What's going on? Don't worry about what this is. What is this? That's just my partner. That ain't just your partner. You was laying up on the couch with a partner. That's just your partner. You watching a movie? Come on, chill. You watching a movie with your partner. You said you was at home by yourself. Oh, I mean, just got here. I was. Really? Really? That's just your partner, but you laying here with your shirt off. And don't think I didn't see you fully put your little belt buckle back on. I caught that. Man, hey, listen. You really? You really tripping. No, how am I tripping? Oh.
Kat, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you check through the comments there and see if there's any comment that says black people SMH?
No, stop. No.
I mean,
I'm sorry, but you know that if it was white people doing that, there'd be tons of comments saying white people SMH, white people SMH, white people SMH. Just wondering why you don't see it the other way.
Let me look at it. Okay, let's see.
There's not going to be. Nobody's ever going to be like, oh.
If you all gonna be gay, just be gay. Stop getting caught up in a woman.
Can we just acknowledge though for a moment how different that whole interaction would have gone if it was the guy coming home and finding his wife with a woman hiding under the covers?
Exactly, because women are more homophobic, Daemon.
Yeah,
that's the point I'm trying to make.
The way that would have played out would be like the opening to the best porn film.
What the ditty is going on in here?
Yeah, man. But like,
most men are in the closet shaking my head. Didn't you just say that? Was it you guys or one of you guys that said that all women are like a little bit queer? And all the women now are saying all men are a little bit queer online.
I don't know about that, but don't know if I disagree with it either. But like I said, it's this whole kind of like my favorite part of it is like where he threw the sheet over as if like he's going to hide it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, motherfucker, like we clearly see the fucking white blanket on the navy couch.
He just gave him time to put his trousers back on.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah. But I have one last video, I think. Oh, yeah, one last video I want to show.
I wish the guy would have said though, like, I'm not gay.
He is.
Have sex with relationships and relationships with women. I got news for you. That means you're gay.
No super chats because I'm not monetized, you guys. Nobody watches my shit.
Super charts.
You guys gotta watch to get me monetized so you can super chart.
We gotta get that grift going. But yeah, this is the final video for tonight that I have. We can kind of break off into open discussion. But this is what I'm saying, like these goofy bitches.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay, I think you're.
She's 5'3".
Like that's perfect dick sucking height.
What's the bare minimum height for you for a guy?
I prefer my men to be over 6 feet.
If a guy's like 5'11", is still like hard no, or
it depends on how big his is.
Oh my gosh.
Haram.
What if he's 5 foot, but he's slanging a giant Coke can?
I probably wouldn't date him, but I would do content with him.
I don't think you're 5'3".
I mean, like, I can
Can
stand
you
up
stand
for
up?
you.
I actually do want to see. I do want to see. I don't think you're 5'3".
At the
I've
whatever
never
podcast.
actually been measured like this.
She's 5'3".
Okay, wow. I am wrong. In any case, sure. You're
Look at her
5'3". The
heels,
guy has
look
to
at
be
her
6
heels.
feet for long term.
I would appreciate that, yeah.
Why?
One is because I don't like to be taller.
Well, a guy could be 5'4"
So
and be
5'4".
taller than you.
I want them to be 6 foot because it kind of triggers like a submission kink. I want to know that they're like bigger than me, stronger than me, can like handle things, even though I can handle things perfectly on my own.
And
What about if you walked up to her and
Anything.
punched her right in the face?
6 feet versus 5'11". The 6 foot boyfriend's magically going to be able to handle.
Yes.
When you say handle though, what do you talking physical
see-
violence?
do you
or
see
talk-
what I
are you
mean?
talking-
Physical violence could.
In terms of like how goofy it is, it's like the differentiation of an inch. It's like all of a sudden he's like a fucking master, taekwondo or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? But it's like the whole kind of like mentality behind it makes sense to me. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that like yeah she's 5'3", it's like oh I just want a guy that's taller than her. It's like no I want the 6 foot guys because she wants to have that. And if you notice, it's like that inner kind of like thing came leaked out where it's like I want to be like submissive. I want to know that this guy is better than me because as a woman, like their whole perspective is like I'm basically I got a lottery ticket here. I want to know that the lottery ticket I have is a winner. You know what I mean?
But that's what
why
I'm
I have
saying.
all this
What if
constant
he-
shit testing.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
go
saying. What if he just walked up to her and beat the shit out of her? It's like, well, there you go. Like, you can have all the submission. He could be 5'5" and still just absolutely beat the crap out of her. Like, it's like,
But
oh
this
no,
is-
but you want it a particular way, though. It's like,
Yeah, and like-
this is, women always dig themselves these holes. This is why you see this. I want to go for the bad boy. I want to go for the bad boy. And then they wonder why they're in trouble when they have to call the police all the time because of domestic abuse. It's like, well, you dug yourself that grave, you stupid fucking moron.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Surprise.
Whose is that?
It's mine.
No, whose is that?
It's mine.
What the hell? No, actually, where the hell did you get that from? No, what? Whose car is this?
Okay, just don't get angry at me because I just need to just explain myself before you jump to conclusions. So people buy Lamborghinis by remortgaging their houses, okay? So I thought...
Yeah, idiots.
No, listen, not idiots, smart people. So, you know how you sort of helped me to pay off my place? That allowed me to remortgage it and use cash to buy this car. So that's what I did.
Stop! Did you actually remortgage our house for
Why are you
this?
making this an unhappy experience?
Are you kidding me? Did you actually do that? No, get this out of my... Did you do that?
Well, yes.
Tell me now.
What's the problem, Kate?
No.
I bought a Lamborghini. You should be happy. This should be like a fun time for both of us.
We can't afford this!
Yes, we
What the
can.
hell?
Goofy.
Like this is the whole kind of context that we're like the world that we're living in, folks. You know what I'm saying? It's like this whole thing of like I don't get why Kat's still pissed off with the whole goofy comment, but like I said, we just shown with the video where it's like I want a 6 foot guy. Okay, what about a 5'11" guy? Oh well, he won't be able to handle shit, but an extra inch will automatically mean that he can handle shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas like yeah, like there's guys that have freedom to spend all shit, but let's be real. The only reason she's pissed off is because she knows that he's going to get a lot of attention when driving around in that car. You know what I'm saying? Because women are interested in the car. Guys aren't really that interested in the car. Do you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I got a car that's worth a lot. Supposedly it has a brand of Lamborghini, although Lamborghini hasn't really been... Like, it has that kind of mystique behind it, but it's like Ferrari because it's like doing well in the Formula 1 now. You're going to start to see a lot more Ferraris be mentioned, I'd imagine at least. So it's got to do with like brand, all that kind of shit. But men only like really give a fuck about the brand because they know it gets attention from the women. You know what I mean?
Lamborghini kind of died in my eyes when they just started making the fucking gayest colors, like that sick lime green and the fucking ugly yellow that guy bought. It's like back in the day, like when they had like the Countach and the Diablo, and it was like black and white, fucking awesome. But now they came out in these stupid fucking colors, and it basically just became an Arab mobile.
But that's what it is. It's like they have that goofy colors because it sticks out in the crowd. You want to stick out in the crowd. We want to get those. Was it the turning of the heads and all this kind of shit?
Yeah,
Realistically, it just looks like shit.
In central London, it's literally only like 180 kilo Arab guys who get craned in it sideways. Like they can't fit in it normally. And they need like 3 guys to pull them out of it afterwards. It's like, and you can't even do more than like 20 an hour because like it's going to start scraping the road because they're just too fucking heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's lost.
And
It's lost so much fucking glamour that it used to have.
Just to highlight that kind of from Anson Knowles, it's like this is the whole kind of like mentality you have to have as a guy. It's like only short guys, like he's quite kind of like feminine. He's in his feminine energy with this. It's like you're just insecure. It's like, but like that's only like you're just showing that you only have 2 levels of thinking. It's like, oh, if you don't agree with me, then there must be something wrong with you, and I don't have to self-reflect or actually think about it philosophically. But the way I think about that is like, if a bitch only wants a 6 foot guy, it's like perfect. She's out of the thing. I don't have to waste any fucking time on that bitch.
No,
Do you know what I mean?
Dude, I agree with your point on that as well. And I'm not sure. I think that I think that this is stupid of women as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and it is always the tiny girls that do it. I've always had like 5 foot nothing girls coming up to me in clubs. Always 5 foot nothing girls, and it is the domination kink as well. It is that thing. It's like it makes them, because I think that short girls are jealous of tall girls and they want to get the tall guy because they're like, aha, you're taller than me, but I've got him and you're with a short guy.
100%. And like I said, it's this whole thing of like where like you're starting to see it like where a lot of guys like they're in their feminine energy and it's like, you're just insecure. You're just this, you're just that. But it's like, I'm just saying it the way it is. I'm saying as a guy, you got to play the cards that are in front of you. So it's like we've seen plenty. Like Tom Cruise is what, 5'7", something like that.
He says he's 5'7". He's not 5'7".
He's like 5'5" or something, isn't he? Let's say Tom
I
Cruise.
think he's even shorter than that because he wears lifts. He wears lifts. He was in the UK. He's a lovely guy. I'm not putting him down, but he came to.
Yeah,
I can't say, but he's fucking great and he's dynamic and he is built like a motherfucker for his size. He's a great guy. He's got really good energy, but he is, I would say, probably. I think he's around about 5'4", 5'5".
But, like this is the thing is, it's like he's 5'7". Like he's listed at 5'7", but like that's like on Google. It's like you can knock a couple of inches off. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
I
this
think
whole thing of like
every
look at the
American
amount of
dude-
pussy that he gets, and it's like particularly like Anson Knowles. Like compare the amount of pussy that like Tom Cruise gets versus Anson Knowles. Like Tom Cruise getting a lot more pussy, but like it's this whole kind of thing of like where and this is why like a lot of people like say like the red pill are just undercover feminists. Because it's like they do the same thing, like they act like women in a degree because they're just like, well, I can't get pussy, so you know what I mean? It's like it must be because of the height. But then you give an example of Tom Cruise, literally like 5'7". It breaks their brains. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody said you can use the motorcycle that Tom rides for proper scale. He wears lifts in his shoes, though. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and some of those lifts lift you. Like, the Rock's build height is 2 inches taller than what he really is. Same goes for most wrestlers. Most wrestlers, like, a build is 2 inches taller than what they really are. And they've got, like, lifts in the boots as well as the actual extra that you see in the heel. There's like lifts inside. So, yeah, like...
But that's what I'm saying. It's like this whole kind of like... They do have a point when they say like red pill is like very like feminist kind of adjacent. You know what I mean? They're very kind of like it's the same kind of shit where they just hand wave like any counter arguments. Oh no, it's like we're doomed. Like black pill is a good example as well, where they say we're doomed, we're fucked, we can't do anything. And then Andrew and Rachel come in and say, no, it's like if we correct the propaganda here, we can actually make a change. But they're not really interested in that. They're kind of in their fifis, they're in their emotions. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, you're insecure, you got a small penis, you're gay. It's like the typical kind of like 3 remarks that you hear from women. Typically, they use the same thing, and it's like, these are just a bunch of women. You know what I mean? Like, let's talk about solutions here. But they don't typically want to actually hear that. You know what I mean?
But like going back to when we were talking earlier,
and talking about inner feelings, Kat's still upset over the start of the episode where she couldn't explain what logic is.
Kat, let's get back on track, Kat. Does she know she's muted?
What?
I said, let's get back on track.
Okay.
You have a
It's like
video.
if you're talking like about like, especially going back to the woman that you showed earlier, the one who was dressed like a moron with her tits pushed up and with the glasses, trying to look like she's smart. Like a lot of this stuff and a lot of the women, when I mentioned like, why does nobody question what the fuck their motivating ideology is? Like what forced them to do this? And when I was also saying that we need to put some responsibility on men for making women act like this and think that, oh yeah, you can be strong, you can act like a boss bitch, you can do whatever job you want, but really what they're trying to do is they're trying to get women to do men's jobs, right? Like you still have women today arguing about fucking patriarchy when like,
Oh, look, you
you
want to
know,
play the video?
With the DI hires, 80% of DI hires are just women. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
White women,
That's
white women.
that's the funny thing. Yeah,
No,
exactly. It's
60%
white
of that
women.
80% are white women, but 80% of the total are women. But like
Yeah,
this is what
but
we call
the
you goofy
most,
bitches.
the most,
You know what I'm
if
saying?
you break it down,
Because
is
like
white women.
they have to like turn around and they're like, oh no, we're gonna fight for like the minorities and all this kind of shit. But realistically, they're just using it as a foothold to try and get a job that they're not really qualified to do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's
let's be real.
interesting that you make that point. It's interesting that you make that point because, like you said, the whole idea of DEI was supposed to be for people of color, right? And I'll be fair, I'll be honest, like my problem is the fact that it tends to nowadays be mostly white liberal women who take those roles. But when they put up the statistics that were saying like, oh, the majority of people who benefit from DEI initiatives is white liberal women, that isn't true. That's been kind of debunked because it didn't take into account everything that is classified as DEI hiring, like affirmative action over the past God knows how many decades. So, like, realistically, that's not true. But in recent history, it does stand up that that's the case. But it was sold to people as something that's going to benefit the minorities and the people who are oppressed and the people who are marginalized. And instead, liberal white women took it.
Yep.
And that makes sense if you think about why is it that we consider women to be weak. So if you look at most people today, when they say, well, look, women are weaker, right? What if you're gonna stand away from the Bible and stand away from biology, okay? Leave the Bible and leave biology. What defense do you have to say women are weak? Think about it.
But this is the whole concept that I'm trying to get at, where women will want innately, like that they think that they're getting something that's better. This is the whole thing of like, I want to be like physically put in that submissive role, where it's like, yeah, he's like so much taller than me, ergo. But again, like Tom Brady was over 6 foot, but he was a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Giselle left him for the yoga instructor. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again,
But
that didn't last very long as well.
And that is emotion over logic to some degree on the part of women.
But that's how they act. There's like I said, I
illogical.
gave Kat the floor. I was like, Kat, explain what logic is. Can you even like quote back the laws?
Yeah, but Kat, you've got it. Can you at least agree
See what I'm
with this
saying?
though?
Quiet.
That there
Nothing.
is
They got nothing.
Kat, can you agree that it is kind of illogical that women want to act like a boss bitch? They want to act like they can. Well, not all women, but most of the women that we see making fools out of themselves nowadays on social media, they want to act like they're a tough, independent boss bitch. And they go on about this idea of like, look at how much money I'm making. Look at how successful I am. I'm a career woman. I'm a boss. I'm this. I'm slaying every day. But you need a man to pay your way through fucking everything. And you want a man who's bigger, who's stronger, who's like top tier, right? Whereas, like Tareyak has said in the past, any good guy, any decent man can pick a woman and turn her into a queen. But a woman needs a guy who's already at that king level. So what the fuck else are you going to do for him in life? What are you going to do for him? He's joined your life at a status where he's already at the top of where he's going to be. and you still expect him to go further somehow without you bringing anything to the table for him. But a guy will take any woman and elevate her throughout her life. That's where Tareyak's coming from, I think.
Okay,
And
I did a rebuttal for Tareyak on my entropy video. I'm not going to go through that again, but I believe nobody gets
He's got
better
nothing to
with
say,
time.
basically.
No, I already did a whole
you
thing
believe
about
what?
it. I am not a debate person. I don't know how to debate. I don't know
Yeah.
all the fallacies and all that bullshit. So I never
That's cool.
debate. So this is not a debate, Tareyak. This is
But
never
she's
going to be
goofy.
one.
She's goofy.
Whatever, goofy, whatever.
No, but what was your what did you say in your rebuttal though? You said like your point is
I said, look, nobody gets better with age and time. Nobody gets better. It's impossible to get better. You can get.
well, it
Men get more
depends on
wealthy.
You have
it
to be
depends
working
on
on yourself. Everybody needs
yeah.
to work on themselves, and no matter how much you work on yourself, even
Yeah,
like the
dude,
most buff
one
and
sec,
most
one sec,
rich.
one
Okay,
sec,
look,
one sec,
no,
one sec,
one
one
sec
sec,
for
one
me,
sec,
one
one
sec
sec,
for
one
me.
sec,
No,
one
no,
sec.
no, no, no. So this is
Let's
what
let
I
her
want to
finish.
say.
Let's let her finish.
I have to finish because I'll forget. If you are like, who's the richest guy? The old guy. What's his fucking name that invests people? What's that guy's name?
The billionaire?
Yeah.
Billionaire?
Yeah, that old fat guy that invests lots of money.
Wait. Oh,
You're talking about Soros.
No, older.
No, from Kansas?
The fuck. Okay, whatever. There's this really old.
Bennett.
No.
No?
No.
Okay,
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Forget it. It doesn't matter who he is. Let's imagine you right now, like let's say you're Tareyak, 33 years old or whatever he is. He can now switch places with a guy who's like 98 years old and a trillionaire, right? Would he do it? At 33 years old, he has to be the same age and whatever, but he has $1 trillion. No, he would say no, because no matter what you do, no matter what you've acquired in your life, the only thing that matters is that you're going to get worse with time. Yes or yes? Warren Buffett. Thank you. Sports.
Warren Buffett. That's right.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends. I think you can't say you're going to get worse with time because there's two things. You need
Because
to first
time
look
is
at what
finite.
yeah. Look, okay, yes, time is finite, and time is the most valuable commodity that you're going to have. But at the end of the day, you could be looking at a guy who's in his 70s or 80s, right? And maybe he's going to live until 90. But then you got like a 30-year-old guy who's probably going to get. I don't know. He could probably die the following year. You don't know. Like
Of
you need
course,
to look.
but would you take
Yeah.
the risk?
No,
Nobody
you
would
wouldn't.
take the risk. Exactly.
No, but
That's what I'm
more
saying.
importantly,
Which means as you get older, everybody's getting worse. It doesn't matter.
But
Like
there's also like what metrics are we looking at? There's certain things that you can improve with time. There's certain things that can improve with time. Like, look, you're going to get wiser as you get older. Like, the more experience you have.
No, eventually everybody. Oh my god.
Okay, you're born with a certain amount of intelligence. Yes, there's things that wisdom, which is experience of failures and successes. But if you're stupid, you're born stupid. You're not going to be smarter when you get older.
No, but you could also enter into a relationship at a low point in your life, which you're going to get better with. Like we've all seen people who said, since I've gotten into this relationship, I've turned this around, I've turned that around.
Yeah.
I think that there's a lot of things that a lot of categories that we need to consider here to say, like, because otherwise you're saying that whoever you get into a relationship with, it's all going to be downhill from here, and the beginning is the peak.
Well, wait.
Everything's
that's
downhill.
bullshit.
But wait.
That's
Oh
bullshit.
my god.
But wait.
God.
We do have to consider a few things. If you're down in the dumps, this person who got into that position in their 30s, it is a huge risk to think that this person will become more than what they currently are.
Of course, nobody's doubting that. Nobody's doubting that. I'm just saying, look.
But
look,
they
I'm
have
not making excuses for anyone.
opportunity for sure. Just a minute. They have the opportunity for sure to grow to be more than what they were before. But for women to get into a relationship with someone who is homeless, to think that they could become Warren Buffett is a huge stretch. Not to say that it couldn't happen. It could. And there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that have made their careers in their 40s and 50s and 60s This is true, but it you know, there's a lot of factors. You're right. There's a lot of factors. I agree.
Yeah, no. And otherwise, I would be on your side. I'm just saying that you can't use it. You can't make the argument as an absolute. That's the only point. But Kat was making this argument as an absolute. No matter where you come from, whatever position you're in, with time, everything's going to get worse. And
Everybody gets older.
everybody does get older, but you made the argument that therefore everything is going to be in decline just because you're getting older, and that's what I'm taking.
You will be
issue
in
with.
less demand as you age.
Look,
Yes,
look,
everybody,
no,
men, women, both.
again, you're making an argument of absolutes here. That's ridiculous. And I agree. I agree in general, just not as an absolute.
It's a stupid argument.
No, look. We can look at Nala. We can look at Nala, and we can say it doesn't matter now that she says she's going to find Jesus, because I don't care how much you pray and whatever you do, nothing's going to unfuck that mangled mess of a vagina you have. Because
let's
you're a
just end the
and nobody's
argument
going to
because
trust.
I really don't care anymore. So let's just say this. Tareyak says if there's a man and a woman and they get married, the woman gets fat and the man is in the same position in life, who's better or whatever. And I said the man needs to get in a better position because nobody should be in the same position that they were when they were young as when they're old. That's all I'm saying. Just everybody needs to get better because entropy, you have to fight against entropy, but ultimately we all lose because we die. We all fall apart and we all die. That's all I'm saying.
Who took a shit in cat cereal this morning? Like, you've never been sounding this black pill before. Like,
it's not a black pill thing. It's everybody gets old and dies.
Everybody does get old and die. Yes, that's true.
It's just a fact of life.
But the fact of saying that, therefore, you're going to get worse by every metric because of that one thing is kind of.
You do. An 80-year-old Daemon is not going to have the same anything as you now. It's just, that's how it is. That's life. You just have to deal with it. It's not like a bad thing. I'm not saying men are worse or women are worse. I'm just saying everybody gets worse.
I'm just saying, look at, this is why I said you've got to look at the metrics that we're considering here. I could have more money, right? And what could that buy me? Yeah, but it can still buy me more opportunity.
You'd have to pay for it.
I could be that 80-year-old guy with a 24-year-old woman bouncing on my dick. Of course I'm going to pay for it. I'll be 80.
Okay,
of course,
so whatever.
Do you think this is what makes me laugh when I see gold diggers going after rich guys? When people are saying he's so dumb, doesn't he realize that she's with him for the money? You're so dumb because you don't realize that he obviously knows she's with him for the money. The money doesn't mean shit for him. He probably thinks he's going to die tomorrow. So yes, he doesn't give a shit. This is the whole point. Like, if you've lived 85 years and somehow your dick can still get hard and you've got millions in the bank, what the fuck else are you going to spend it on? What else? What I would be. I would.
If it works, you'd probably put it on hose.
Yes, of course you would. That's what I'll do. The only reason why I think that guy's an idiot is because he paid for that one woman and put a ring on a finger. I would have like a Uber for hoes. I would have them queuing up outside my house. I don't even want you to make me come. Just bounce on it one time and the other girl can hop on. And it could just be like a pogo stick that girls are hopping on, like just one after another.
It's called a harem.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But the thing is that if you're 85 and you've made all that money, what the fuck else are you going to do? My point is that you can still be improving in certain aspects, whether it's financially or whatever. Now, you might think, no, you're going to fail in every single category. And okay, fine. If you want to think that, you want to think that. I just don't believe in absolutes like that.
Throat therapy for Daemon.
Shh! Don't read everything you see.
Believe in yourself. Always at the comments. It's brilliant. Yeah, where did Tareyak go?
He left.
Maybe he had
Why did he
internet
leave?
problems,
Because
prostate issues.
he got butt hurt.
He couldn't stand sitting on his own butt hurt.
Call him back.
I think they shut off his internet for the day.
Yeah, shit.
Because we're trying to view his channel and it's not coming up. Odd.
Anyways, so yeah.
So why do you think, going back to the earlier question, why do you think that people consider women to be weaker than men?
Because they're actually weaker.
No, I was saying, aside from the reason of like Tareyak, I've seen him in the past make the religious argument, like the woman's role, like how women were created. Like according to the religious argument, if we leave that aside and if we leave basic biology aside, what is it that makes people consider that women are weaker?
They get pregnant.
Oh, yeah, okay. Kind of going to about. Look, see, my point is that nowadays, if you look at how many of them behave, I think that one of the things that's a pretty big indicator that they're weaker is their main complaint about the patriarchy, or the main, actually, if you look at why people consider men stronger, is because, like guys built everything, they run everything, the patriarchy and all this kind of stuff like that. They're in those positions of power because they basically built society or civilization. When you look at women, however, when they're given the opportunity after the vote or after equality laws in various societies, when they were given the opportunity to prove themselves, they didn't rise to power. Instead, they kind of demanded that the bar be lowered for them. And even after it was lowered for them, they would still play victim when they failed. And you've had equality for how long now? And equality laws. And in the most progressive countries in the world, if you look at the US and if you look at the UK, the most tolerant, progressive societies in the world, you will still have women crying about the patriarchy, crying about gatekeepers, crying about not having opportunities or being marginalized or being oppressed or whatever. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous that even when you have the standards of expectation lowered for you as a woman, statistically, you'll still fail in every single one of those jobs. Men will perform better than you. And then you complain afterwards about like having a gender pay gap. So that's one of the main issue why society, if you look at society, we consider women to be weaker. Maybe people don't really think about it in that, but low-key, that's why I think people really look at it that way. Because they'll act oppressed, excluded, marginalized, while at the same time they play, if you look at the fields that they move into, they'll play gatekeeper in the fields that they move into straight away. It's this thing of like you accuse your opponent of doing what it is that you do, because they've always had the opportunity in any field of work to do whatever it is that they want to do, but they gravitated to certain positions. And if you look at those particular jobs, like I think it's like beauty therapists, education, administrative assistants, I think, and hairdressers, and they do some lab work and research and science. Nursing is a big one. But the main field that they tend to be going in now, that's trending higher than everything else, is human resource positions. Like you'll see them moving into human resources.
Damn it, I had a good comeback.
What?
I said because you don't need a brain.
Well,
let me play this video. So people want me to play the video for some.
Okay, go for it.
It's on fast, so you guys have to like.
Yeah.
Why do guys that I'm interested in end up not wanting to pursue me?
Because they are the same guys that everyone is interested in.
And then guys that I'm not interested in pursue me hard and do not give up?
Because those are the guys that nobody is interested in.
Please make it make sense.
Okay, Human beings are born with a sense of fairness. We like to think that the universe is fair and everything evens out, but it's not and it doesn't. We think that things work a certain way, but it's actually just a feeling that we need to have. Otherwise, life would be a nightmare. We like to believe that there is someone out there for everyone, but in reality, it's only a few guys that are attractive to all the girls. The rest of these guys are practically invisible until they do something extra and then you notice them. In other words, they have to make up for their lack of attractiveness by being extra nice. That means that all women dream of being with just a few exciting men, so there's not enough to go around. So if we match 1-to-1, that means that most women will never get what they're looking for. This used to work better because women kind of had to get married when they had less power, so most people would match 1-to-1. But now that you have your own money, we don't match 1-to-1 anymore. We threw all those rules out the window, and now everything is a mess because women are no longer marrying who they must, and instead they are pursuing who they want, and it's all the same few guys. Let's say this is you. This is the guy that you're looking for, and he isn't interested in committing because he's got all the attention he can handle, and so does he. And here is the guy who's looking for you, and you're not interested in him, and neither is anyone else, except maybe her, but then he doesn't want to commit to her either. To make matters worse, dating apps give people the illusion of more options than they really have. So when you say,
please make it make sense,
that is your brain trying to believe that people naturally pair off with someone at their own level, but that's not how nature works. Nature makes all the women want these few men, and then these men want these women who are not interested because they want Prince Charming, although Prince Charming is busy, and then these girls way down here are pursuing these guys who don't want to be seen with them. People love to forget that we are nature, we are animals, and we have a lower biological nature. And nature doesn't say, I should pick someone appropriate for me. Nature says, I should get the best I possibly can, which creates a market. This website on walrus reproduction says that one male is shared by 23 females. At certain points in our history, 17 women reproduced for every one man, and throughout all of history, only 40% of men reproduce compared to almost 90% of women. So this is not new. It's just what male mammals do when nothing stops them. And if you want to go back to everyone matching 1-by-1, then you have to go back to the rules that made it happen. But you said you didn't like those. So the reason that people no longer pair up 1-by-1 is that sexual freedom makes society collapse. This guy wrote a book about it, and just look at him. He tried to warn you. Here, I know none of you are going to read this. The whole of human history does not contain a single instance of a group becoming civilized unless it has been absolutely monogamous, nor is there any example of a group retaining its culture after it has adopted less rigorous customs. So the reason the guys you like don't like you, and the other way around, is because that's what people do when you let them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Horrifying.
Well, this is why if somebody
Real.
mentions something like arranged marriages, everybody thinks that, oh, you know, that's like an Indian thing, that's a Middle Eastern thing, but like, you know, Western civilization did that up until just a couple of hundred years ago. So,
or even
you
decades.
know, everybody had that. Yeah. And yeah, you do see that. Like the more free a society becomes, it's free to go off the rails.
Yeah, because in nature, you'll usually see the alpha male has all the women, and the beta males, they like run them out. Oh, but you have one. Calm down. We were like the last ones where everything was like even.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, I mean, I did say, like, look, men need to take responsibility for shit, but women took a bad idea and they ran with it. And even after we warned them, like in that video when it says, oh, you were warned, but women were warned a lot more by men in many, many, many things. And they kept thinking, no, we're going to still run with this, even though it was an incredibly self-destructive idea. Like, for example, look at how the ghettos were built in America, right? Look at the ghettos, look at the oppression of black people in America, just so that the left could buy their votes.
Which ghettos? The Jewish ghettos?
No, America. He clearly said America. Jeez.
Yeah. But if you look at how that happened, if you look at, like, you know, black women marrying the state, you look at like businesses moving out because of increasing crime rates, and because of that, insurance increasing, people couldn't afford to go to school properly, they couldn't afford to get a good education, they couldn't afford to buy a house, and because they couldn't buy a house, the schools in the area started failing, and then kids weren't graduating schools, they had to join a gang, more crime increases, and it's all thanks to the Democrats saying, if you vote for us, we're going to get rid of the racist police for you. That happened in the 60s. Black people were traditionally voting for the Republican Party because the Republican Party was the party that fought a war to free them once upon a time. and they always associated with them that. Don't forget, it was called the Black Republican Party. And everybody knew that at the time, the Democrats founded the KKK to shut down the Black Republican Party because of via terrorist activity. But in the 60s, all of a sudden, the younger generation of black people were convinced by a media that was telling them that the police are all racist and want to kill you. They were convinced to vote for the Democrat Party, which made the promise of, if you don't want police in your neighborhoods, we're going to get rid of the police. And they knew full well what that would result in. They knew it would result in escalating crime, businesses moving out, people losing their jobs, kids turning to crime and dropping out of school. And then you have like a vicious cycle of gang violence and more and more poverty and more people reliant on the Democrat Party to support them. And that happened in the 60s. And only 50 years later, you have people who completely forgot about that history believing the media hype of the same shit. Racist police force. What do you want us to do? Do you want to get police out of your neighborhoods? And BLM burning shit down, saying, yeah, get the police out of our neighborhoods. And still voting for the Democrat Party. Because people forgot what happened only like to their parents, literally, a little bit earlier in history. And people forget that shit. Now, the same thing is happening to women. The same thing is happening to women. You're swallowing the fourth fucking wave of feminism that's done nothing but destroy you over history. And who was it who fought to get you the vote? Feminists today want to believe that it was a brave bunch of women. It wasn't. It was men. Liberal men gave women the vote. It was only a handful of women who made a nuisance of themselves in Parliament. But who voted on that to give women the power? It was men. Men allowed you to have it, specifically liberal men who wanted to do what? What did they want to do with the black people when liberal people wanted to support black people? Why did they do it? So they could use them as essentially slaves. And what did liberals who gave women the vote want to use women for? Essentially slave labor. Hey, now you guys can work. You're going to be making money. And you're going to be paying taxes too. So we can jack the prices up on a house because now we can charge twice the amount for it because there's going to be a husband and a wife living in it. So you fell for it. You could have been at home being looked after while you looked after the home and a child. But now you can't. And why aren't you having babies today? Oh, because you can't afford to take time off work. You dug yourself this fucking hole. But every time people have told you, all as you do is you're like those idiots in college campuses saying, oh, but nobody's tried socialism properly before. And now you bring out another fucking iteration of feminism, which is even more insane than the one that preceded it. Kat, this is your show.
Sorry, I agree. Yes. Beautiful. All right. So I feel like
You feel like you won the argument?
I feel like we were arguing about different things at different times and it was constantly moving around back and forth. And I feel insane.
Well, Tareyak made a comment earlier, like when I think it was when he pissed you off the most. But he made a comment earlier on about when we were talking about DEI, and he was talking about how like it was white women who benefited from it when it was supposed to be minorities. Do you remember?
I don't remember something about that. Yeah, kind of.
Okay, because again, that was another idea that was supposed to be brought out to help people of color, but white liberal people ended up taking advantage of it. And I just wanted to say something which is probably going to piss you off as well.
Mm.
But don't worry, because I'm not going to go into like TOS levels of offensiveness.
Oh my gosh.
But no, look, we got to be honest. Pointing out certain historical facts is not offensive. It's just a historical fact.
No.
Okay?
It's offensive. It's offensive to the people who run the platform. Let's relax. I'm trying
No,
to
no.
keep the platform.
I know where he's going with this.
No. We're not talking about any peoples, any types of
Kat,
peoples, any bull crap.
Kat,
No,
we all
we're
love you,
not
but
doing that.
stop being a pussy for 5
Here,
seconds.
Imperious, will you promise not to say any bad words?
Kat,
Any
don't be a
perverted
fucking
ways?
retard. You know he's not going to promise. Why are you such a fucking idiot? You're like the woman that goes back to the husband who beats her. Why are you such a fucking moron?
Listen, first of all, I love crazy people. That's why I hang out with you guys.
Yeah, but he's not crazy. He's just a fucking idiot. Imperious, you're a pussy, man. You should have been. You should have just been a cum bubble that leaked down your mother's thigh because your dad was too dumb. Unfortunately, he didn't pull out. But
That's
anyway,
I don't remember that one.
Imperious, come on.
Kat,
Come on your.
don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot.
Okay, come on a weekday when Daemon isn't here, so you don't piss him off.
Yeah, you can come another time. Yeah. Imperious. Fucking hell, that guy should have just been a wet queef.
Jesus.
Anyway. Yeah, so going back to
They're the same race. What are you talking about?
yeah. Okay.
You're both
So
minorities in London.
so here's
now.
So basically, right, yeah. If you look at how women behave in the workplace, especially when they go into spaces that were traditionally jobs for men, or how they behave in HR, which is statistically apparently the most toxic work environment, according to a study that was done about 5 years ago.
Like coal mining, yes.
Coal mine. No, like why do they always do that? They will say that they're marginalized, they're marginalized. But any jobs where you look at that have got majority women working in those jobs, they become gatekeepers and they won't let people in.
Hold on. Please stop being racist in the chat. I know you guys are having fun, but can we tone it down a notch? Jesus.
The wrong one.
Clicked on the wrong one completely.
Sorry, you're going on about women in coal mining industries.
Yeah, it's really difficult for women to coal mine, Daemon. You have to understand, we don't have the temperature regulation capabilities that men do. Therefore, we need to be indoors in like an AC, but not too cold because we get too cold very easily, and we don't, again, temperature regulate.
There's
we
one caveat. If they're gold mining, if they're digging for gold, it's different.
Or why
No, we
can't you
don't
just
like to dig for
identify?
gold.
Why can't you just identify as men and magically become better at it?
Because it doesn't work that way. You know that.
Oh, don't be a transphobe, Stephen.
I try not to, but I've transitioned into not to.
Or why not just become lesbian? Because they just instantly become tougher.
I am a lesbian in a man's body. I just love women.
Oh gosh.
I haven't said this before in public. So
Stop.
I'm
Stop
so glad
coming out.
I did.
Stop coming out. You're not allowed to come out.
No, but it's true though. If you look at
during the week, relax, bud. You're gonna be fine. We'll talk some shizzles on the weekdays.
See, that's nice. Kat's gonna give him his little bit of attention to make him feel better.
With the employees.
Come on, Daemon. Can you say something nice to Simperius? He feels like personally attacked.
Okay, new and good about Simperius.
Say one good thing about him. Come on.
I heard he's got a really nice boyfriend.
Okay. See, Simperius.
Okay. See, yeah, there's some nice things. Just don't pick up the soap. Very brave. Yes. Stunning.
I didn't know. Actually, I do like seeing him in the comments. I didn't know he was around. He was gone for so long.
I know.
I guess he recovered from getting raped by Andrew.
I'll run through.
Wow.
I need to
Imperius
watch
got
that.
blocked. He got blocked on grids and he has to pay 150 to come up on the panel now. Imperius, why can't you just play nice once in a while?
Kat, why can't you just charge him 150 to appear on your channel?
Because he ain't got that kind of money.
Wait a minute. We can do that?
He doesn't have
Yeah.
that kind of money. What are you
Oh, yes,
talking
he
about?
does.
Just say that you'll let him on if he pays you 150.
He has the money. For sure. But
What?
wait.
Does anybody live in Australia?
Why?
Just looking at something.
It's just a little weird.
Is this
you
true
know, I
that
just looked-
more than half of Australians live on those little red dots?
Oh, now I see the red dots. Okay. These glasses are
Yeah,
really
that's not going to
good.
help you.
Like it complete here, try it.
I'm not
Completely
looking at-
disappears.
Oh, olive red disappear. Yeah,
Yeah, these are awesome.
very nice.
True dark. Yep. I don't make any money off of these.
Oh God. Oh,
That's no. Oh. She's a whore.
don't read or like look at the internet.
I love how Kat's been streaming for how many years now, and her brain still hasn't cottoned onto the fact that people don't know what the fuck she's doing. They're just seeing her like a fucking goldfish. Just oh my god. Oh look. Oh look. Oh. Kat,
Okay,
there's
does
people
anybody
actually
want to see the
fucking
cat?
watching you.
Go get the cat.
There's people actually fucking watching you. You need
Look.
to at least try to.
Okay. Damon, do you want to discuss anything? Do you think that? Hold on. What was I going to say? Okay.
Oh, she's lost the train of thought already. Bless.
It takes some. Okay. Who has more cognitive ability versus? Oh, well, we already know that.
Well, if you're gonna ask men or women, you're doing a great fucking job defending your sex right now.
Oh gosh. Okay, forget that one. Oh, I was doing some research because I'm going to talk about how like I was looking at you because you know how they're saying like everybody's really obese now. So I was looking into what were the weights and what did people look like in the early 1900s to the 40s. So I'm trying to compare then to now, and I got the comparisons for like the hip to waist and all that stuff, the measurements. I finally found that it took like freaking forever. But in the 1940s, the average height of females was 5'2". So like they were like me, little tiny me's. And now it's 5'4", so we're a little bit taller.
Yeah, men were shorter as well.
Yeah, I didn't look up men because I'm just looking at women.
Well, people were smaller, weighed less, and you got to remember, you had like there was quite a lot of poverty. You had two fucking massive wars, rationing, and then all of a sudden, America became like the gold standard. So you were living in like a welfare warfare state until pretty much Vietnam. So yeah, like everybody went from having kind of nothing to suddenly having an abundance of everything. So yeah, they got big. Look at Chinese people today. Chinese people went from being midgets to all being fucking massive. You got fucking Yao Ming playing in the NBA. Why? Because they used to live on a diet of vinegar and fish, which was good for bone density, but didn't make them grow worth a damn. And suddenly they had meat introduced into their diet and they all started fucking growing.
Hold on.
So
She has to say something. Okay, here we go. Say your piece. Oh, very good. Okay, we're done. Can go now. Oh, do you want to stay back here? Oh, no, that's probably not a good idea. Okay. That's Missy. We couldn't get Mia because she's a skank.
I can still get that.
Who is SS? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? Interesting. Not Siamese, a rag doll. Okay, Damon. So I want to talk about the weights and stuff. The weight limit. I don't know kilograms. So the average weight for a woman
2.2
was 61 kilograms. And now it's 65. But they only did like 30.
Yeah, you bitches are fat.
But 61 to 65, that doesn't sound like a lot. How much is that? Like, is that a lot?
I'm not sure. All I know is that the average, I think they said that the average dress size, and I know the dress size, I don't trust dress sizes because you can't have one number for everything.
Oh, yeah.
But the average dress size went from like, I think it was the early to mid 90s for girls, went from like a 5 or a 6 in the UK. And in close to 2020, it came to a fucking 17. So, yeah, like, I think there was a stage, I'm not sure if it was 2017 or something like that, but where America went from being, I think, one of the most obese countries to the UK overtaking it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So the average boob size for women in the 40s.
But 60, what did you say? Did you say 60 what?
Oh, it was
Kilos?
61 kilograms and now it's 65.
I think that's roughly double it. I think it's about like 120 pounds or something like that. From 120 to 130, roughly.
So for like a 30-year-old.
I know it's not exactly a double, but it's something like that.
I mean, I just thought it would be more, but it turns out like it doesn't really increase a lot until like the 40s and stuff and like the mid 30s. So like if you're at 30, it's usually like just a few pounds over, but like after that. So I think it's like after kids or something happens like after 35. And the boob size, boobs were 32B. That was the average. And now they're at 38C.
Yeah,
38C.
That's going to be fat. Those are fat
because
tits.
the 38
Those are
is
fat tits.
the width. The 38
Yeah,
is the
the
width.
38 is the actual measurement around you, which is going to get bigger if you're fatter.
And like the waist was the what was it? The waist. Oh, it was 27 inches before in the 40s, and now it's 34.
By the way, believe in yourself in the comments. He was registered as morbidly obese when he had a 30-inch waistline. When I came off of rugby season and went to play basketball, this is 100% accurate. When I was playing basketball, I had the same thing. Believe in yourself. I'm guessing you're pretty tall. When you get to the extremes on either end, if it's somebody's very short or very tall, BMI means fucking nothing, especially if you're athletic. I had a 28-inch waist and I was said to be overweight. And when I played rugby, I was like probably in the morbidly obese category. But my waistline was, I think it was like 34 or 36 at that point. But I weighed over 140 kilos. So yeah, when I was playing rugby.
140 kilos.
Damn.
Shit.
So yeah. If you guys are lifting weights, it's not going to apply. It kind of applies to like, people who walk, sedentary, but walk.
What? No.
Don't lift weights.
You need to look at
help.
your body. You need to look at your body. I'm sorry, but you have to. And women don't want to be honest with themselves nowadays. Unattractive women or overweight women don't want to be honest with themselves. We spoke about this before when we were talking about how, like, I swear it's like men and women have swapped what they're wearing. because it used to be old granddads who used to wear their trousers up to their fucking rib cage, and now it's women wearing their trousers. No, now it's women wear their trousers up to their rib cage nowadays. Like you've got those high-waisted jeans that go up to your rib cage, and you used to back in the 90s wear your jeans so damn low that you could see.
Yes,
you could pretty much see the clit, and now it's guys wearing their fucking pants down past their balls, and women pulling their jeans up to their fucking teeth. So I don't know when the fuck that happened, but that shit needs to stop. And I'm convinced it's because women are trying to hide their body because they know it's not in shape. Because look, you can pull your jeans over it, but we can all see if you've got a gunt or not. Okay, it's
A
pretty damn
gunt?
obvious.
What's a gunt? Is this a British
It's
thing?
like where your
Gunt?
yeah, it's like it's basically like your cunt meeting your gut. You've got that. You've
Is
got
it like
that
a chinek?
backwards ass. It's like
The chinek? Like when it connects, the chinek?
No, the backwards.
you guys in America call it like a fupa.
Frupa.
You got a butt in the front.
Muffin top is
Yeah.
the hips. Is the hips.
No, this is different.
Muffin
There's-
top.
there's
Muffin
a-
top is high estrogen.
It's like you've got a big fat tire, but it's just over your vagina.
Mm. What does Brokeback Mountain have to do with anything? Okay.
But anyway, women wear it because they want to hide that, and it's because you've got. If you're a woman, you know if you're fat. Your body will let you know if you're overweight. All you got to do is you look in the mirror at your belly button. If your belly button is vertical,
What do you mean
have
vertical?
got to
What is
vertical.
Like a slit.
If it's vertical,
I
if
always
it's like
had
a
a
vertical
circle.
slit, if it's a vertical slit, then you're not fat. But if it looks like a frowny face, that's basically your body telling you it's unhappy.
What if you have a circle? Neither of those.
It means you could still stand to lose some.
Oh shit. I've never had either, and I was like 78 pounds at one point. I've always had a circle.
Well,
What's up, Ho? What? Oh, okay. Anyways, so 34. Okay, 27 to 34. Oh God, believe in yourself. Please do not send these. Put that in the gross section.
That's what he was talking about.
I've never
Right
seen a
side.
woman that has that. Oh yeah, like morbidly, like super ultra mega.
Right, I have.
Really?
Mhm.
Did you have to?
Yeah.
Oh no.
what's that?
Steven did massage.
I still have nightmares.
There's
sometimes.
women out there, and look, we've all seen them, and they're not tricking anyone. There's women you can see on some women. You can see you can see the cellulitis through their fucking jeans. It's bad. It's bad. Women have let themselves go. When you look like a human-shaped bag of cottage cheese, you need to understand, like you're killing yourself. You need to do something to fix up, for your own sake, for your own health.
Yep. I haven't seen this, but I'm horrified and afraid.
It looks like he's put his shirt over a child who's kind of like clinging to him like a spider monkey, and
Yes,
it's just
yes.
the ass is in it.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's hard out there.
And there's cheese between those creases. Yeah, it's smelly cheese. It's not even a good smelling Limburger. I mean, it's ripe.
Yeah, vinegary.
Mm.
Yeah, vinegary. Yeah, I could say that. Yeah, easily.
Is this true, Piggies? Is
Yes.
The omegas?
What? Cellulite not getting enough. Oh, that's only a small part. You could go and fix that. You still stop eating. Jeez, like stop eating. Too much. Work out, exercise.
I don't think
And
that
stop
could, I
eating.
think once it reaches a certain point, like
Yeah, you just stop eating.
you're done. Like
There-
you're done. There's
okay,
nothing else you could
but
do. Time's up.
There was a case of the person who weighed, I don't know, 600 pounds. They did not eat for an entire year. All they had was water and salt for an
Mhm.
entire year.
Mhm.
And they lost all of their weight.
Yeah.
They went into autophagy, ate the skin that they were, that expanded. Now, normally people, they don't do that, but this particular person didn't need to get surgery to get all the loose skin off. They ate it all.
Now I'm hungry. I don't know.
Do you know what I think we
Good
should
skin.
do as a society? I think that we should just stop offering solutions for fat people to survive. Like, if, whoever, I think that there's one invention that I think has done more harm than good for humanity. And I think it's the CPAP machine. So
We should
basically,
oh my gosh.
no, wait.
Wow.
Just hear me out. Hear me out on this, right? So the CPAP machine, for anyone who doesn't know, is basically it's a device that you strap onto your face and it helps you breathe while you're asleep. Okay, if you've got like obstructive sleep apnea and you're kind of snoring so heavily that like you just can't breathe at night properly, so you need a machine to keep you alive while you're sleeping. Why? Because you are so fucking fat and useless that your own body wants to strangle you to death while you sleep. That's basically what's happening. This is nature's way of saying it's time for you to go.
Well,
and some guy invented a machine to let these people survive.
But wait, to
yeah,
be fair, there are people that are not that overweight that need a CPAP machine.
He
For
does.
other reasons. No,
You
I don't actually wake up choking. I don't have headaches in the morning. I don't have any of that.
I have footage, Damon. I will bring it for the next stream of him. It is
No.
He doesn't have any weight.
Snoring is one thing. It's stopping breathing for a period of time. And then these people normally wake up choking. They have headaches in the morning, fatigue. No, I don't have any of that. Snoring is not a reason for a CPAP. That is not
immediate CPAP.
No, absolutely not. That'd be over medication. No, completely not. But I have patients that they do stop breathing in the middle of their sleep. They're not all that overweight. They have some fat, but they're not all that overweight. There are other reasons for thickening of tissue in the back of the throat. There could be like
talking a lot of shit.
Could be cavitation, dental cavitations where you have inflammation in the nerve root. There could be thickening, but usually, yes, weight is the main reason, of course.
You need to work out with the little hanging
if
ball
you
thing
see
in
some
the
of
back
those
of your throat.
people, if you see some of those people that are so fat, they look like they're wearing like a neck collar.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a
Yeah.
fucked up disc in my neck, and they have to wear those neck collars, but it's just skin. It's just like fat tissue and skin. Those kind of people, like, just no. Sorry.
So
Your
it should be
insurance
like
won't
a
pay for
case
that.
by.
It could be
You're
cortisol.
making-
It could be cortisol. Couldn't it be like stress?
Oh
makes
well,
you?
okay. So Damon, you remember like the little boy? He's a redhead. Not to go against redheads, but he has a moon face.
Isn't
and then
the
he goes from
cortisol?
a moon face. I'm going into it. Moon face to like a normal looking person. So he had very high cortisol.
Mm-hmm.
Those type of people, yeah, they could be on a CPAP. So would those people be candidate for?
Well, see, my problem would be like, why did you have elevated cortisol?
Because they're under stress.
No. These particular people have either a genetic issue or an
See, so
autoimmune
nature's already trying to kill them off.
No. Because if sometimes you get under stress
or exposed to environmental toxins.
an environmental toxin, and I think that's different.
But you do some, Damon, you've seen these people in the supermarket or in different places in the mall. they've got like a hump,
That is stress
and then
for
they've
us all.
got hair. Women,
PCOS.
Hair on hair on their face.
Yeah.
The hump.
Stress.
They're overweight.
It's stress.
Moon face.
Yeah.
Oh
and
yeah,
they
yeah,
can hardly eat. They hardly can touch food.
In
And they
Notre
still
Dame,
have
ringing a bell, and yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yes. And that comes from very high stress. Like,
Also, Quasimodo just had stress and some issues with cortisol.
he had a
more
back
than,
problem.
No, it's more than stress. These people, it's more than
Chronic.
It's not just
chronic stress, like severely chronic
So you're
stress.
basically saying they never should have been born.
No, I'm saying that some people go through stuff that is
And
really
they should have
traumatic.
been. They should have been
And no, I
euthanized.
think no. What they should have done is whoever put them through the stuff, they should have attacked them, but they didn't attack them. They internalized the pain. You should
So you internalize the pain, and it becomes a bump on your back.
Yes, it does. When you internalize stuff, you get problems.
See, what you're describing to me is somebody who doesn't know how to cope with shit that most normal people know how to cope with.
No, this is not.
It could also be genetic. You could be born with it.
This is a dysregulation. It's Cushing's, by the way.
Cushing's. Look up Cushing's.
It's a dysregulation.
And they had it in the olden times before anybody was big.
So okay, so if it's a genetic thing,
yeah,
the old school part of me wants to be like survival of the fittest. They don't deserve to live, but we live in a civilized society. And I'm willing to accept, look, you work, you pay taxes, there's healthcare out there, insurance.
I looked up Cushing's and I just see Amy Schumer pictures. I did not.
Actually,
what?
It all comes into
It's
play.
all Amy Schumer pictures.
Yeah. Amy Schumer looks like a 12-year-old fat boy who's transitioning.
Yeah. That redhead that's in the textbooks that I'm sure you read these textbooks. It's the redheaded boy. That's Amy Schumer when she was
Yeah.
not her, but
She looks like that fat kid in school that always had a sick note to not do PE and was just sitting in the corner eating donuts and crisps. And then he decided, I identify as a woman now, and it's Amy Schumer.
Oh my God.
You're right.
Okay, you have to look at this. This is Cushing's, so you guys can see.
You need the redheaded boy.
This is a good one.
That's like the old school one.
No, this is a good one. See, this is before Cushing's and after Cushing's syndrome. You see the hump. You see the forward neck posture. You see the puffiness. You see
the hump is
all of
more
this.
than forward head posture. It's actually connective tissue and fat that's going around the cervical 7. C7.
The big cheeks, the double neck. Yeah. It's basically like the name of a disease for somebody who just, I don't know, started eating pizza and donuts.
Or they're taking a lot of steroids.
Oh, for like an autoimmune
puffiness.
condition.
Yeah.
They could have had autoimmune.
Steroid puffiness.
They could have like the skin condition that the dermatologist thought, oh, let's just apply steroids, and they went way overboard on it, and I know plenty of people that have.
Yeah, it's very common, and I see it in friends. But then if you have a friend and they get Cushing's and you try to tell them, then you're an asshole.
Yeah. It's funny how some illnesses have got like the nastiest names.
Cushing's is not. It's like a cushion.
That's what I was going to. Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. You go, oh look, yes, because they look like they've become puffy and fluffy like a cushion. It's like no, don't call it that. In the day and age where we had to learn about sensitivity and shit like that in healthcare, do you know what? When everyone was being told like, no, you can't call it that, you can't call it that. There was one. I'm trying to remember the name. There was a name of a plastic surgery that they used to do on people. But they changed the name because it sounded really like insulting. They're like, no, we can't call it that. They changed the name.
The
R word. At the same time, well, no. At the same time, do you know what they call the surgery for ear pinning? Like to pin the ears back if a kid's got ears that face out. No, the surgery is called. I'm not shitting you. It's called bat ears.
Beautiful.
Okay.
It's
You
just
know that
you got
Asians,
fatty.
you know that Asians love big like front ears that stick out like that. They love it. They think that's like the height of attractiveness.
Oh yeah, no, I heard
right?
that. I heard that. I think that's because Will Smith was big in Japan
Oh
when
my
he was younger.
goodness.
So no, he
Over
was.
here,
It's
he's
true. He was
tiny.
like super famous in Japan, like really early on in his career.
I
But
would be
yeah,
very famous
like,
over there.
no, but like imagine if like I don't know, like like when they do the labiaplasty for women. Imagine if they just call that like Arby's surgery or something like that. Like it wouldn't be
Yes,
that
I like it.
nice.
Do it.
Do
That's,
you remember this from textbooks?
yeah, this was in every medical.
Oh shit. Yeah.
So this is Cushing's. So like when you look at people and they look like this is not eating a lot. This is Cushing's.
That is
Show the difference. Can we find
the fat is the before. The thin is the after treatment.
Yeah, that's
This
after
is how
treatment.
this is very important to understand.
It's not before and after. It's after treatment, before treatment. So the cute face is like after he got the treatment for a genetic condition. And is it like
This is
where
extreme,
is this
you know,
adrenals or where is it?
It's adrenals.
It's an adrenal issue.
This is extreme, so it doesn't normally go like that. But you see people like this.
Do they take adrenal gland like desiccated adrenals or something like that? How do you fix that?
I believe I don't remember the exact medication that they
We need
take.
to look up how to cure Cushing's disease.
No,
Like,
it's
how did
very
they-
simple. You take, I believe,
So did the Godfather have Cushing's?
the guy that played the Godfather? No, he had a dislocated jaw.
The Godfather himself. And I think it was like because there was one Japanese actor who had fucked up teeth and it made him look like he had Cushing's and it made him look like the Godfather, but it's just because his teeth grew outwards at the back. So it like fucked up his whole jaw.
So for Cushing's, you have to remove the tumors or the adrenal glands?
If the adrenal glands are in hypertrophy, they're too large.
Oh
and
gosh.
You remove them, you put them on.
So then you have to
ice
be
and
on
add them back in.
like some sort of adrenal like supplements forever, like thyroid stuff when they
No,
take.
they're removing the amount that they think they need. They put it, as far as I understand, they put it on ice and then they put it back in. It's just like the parathyroids. They take out the parathyroids. If they took too much out, they put it back in. It's ovaries, for instance. You could put the ovary in your leg and it'll like revascularize and start functioning again.
The heck? Oh, so it's not like a simple thing.
No, it's not simple.
See, you can't tell this poor.
It's simple, but it's not simple. It's
Yeah.
simple, but it's not simple.
Okay.
But they have it down to a science.
Okay, but you can't tell this poor kid diet and exercise, buddy, when he needs to have his freaking adrenals ripped out of his body.
No, you look. We all know that some fat people are fat because it's glandular, right? We get that, but
they
that is
don't know
such a tiny amount of people in today's world.
Well, actually, tumors have become incredibly.
It's the
common.
same argument as oh, we need to legalize abortions because what about inbreeding and what about grape? It's like you're talking about a fraction of a fraction there. The amount of people who get pregnant due to like grape and incest is like you're talking about
whoa.
tiny fraction.
It's underreported.
It is.
I
Okay,
think
but
it's
okay.
Even though it's
is-
underreported,
it is-
even though it's, I can believe that it's underreported, but we have to recognize two things. The grapes that occur outside of incest, right? And sorry, the pregnancies that occur outside of that, those kind of SA situations, those are also underreported. So the incest ones, if they're slightly more, so are the rest of them as well. But the other thing is that you can't make a blanket policy based on the extraneous statistics. It has to be like based on the majority and the norm. You can't be like, look at this little fringe outlier thing that occurred. Let's base a whole policy just on that.
Right. So what you were trying to say?
What, me?
No.
Oh,
Damon.
what?
What?
I interrupted you, and then you.
Yeah, I was just I was
took a
saying that
U-turn.
like I get that like sometimes the fat people are fat because of glandular issues and genetic issues, but like the majority of them are fat because they eat.
And these glandular issues can easily be seen in blood tests.
Yeah.
However, not all physicians, and I've seen this time and time again over well over a decade in practice, they don't test for what they should be testing for. They test for the most minor average tests that don't come up with the thing that they're having issues with. Sometimes they're not even connected with it. It's incredibly annoying, and that is all driven by insurance. It has nothing to do with standard of care.
Yeah. We
anything
already know.
else. All insurance.
RFK is gonna fix everything. We don't have to worry anymore.
No, insurance companies.
Yes,
don't give a shit.
if you have Cushing's or like Addison's, Graves, whatever, probably too. Like, doesn't matter your diet, your exercise. There's nothing you could do. Now it's 20,000 people per year in the U.S. get this. There's a lot more people than that.
If one died, you're next.
My gosh, stop. And the usual onset is like 30 to 50 years old. It's rare. It's even more rare for a child to have Cushing's syndrome, but it can happen. Like, I have like some sort of like tumor, don't I?
No, you do not have a tumor.
Well, we never checked.
No, none of
It's
your
not a tumor.
markers show that you have a tumor. I looked at everything. I went through everything, Merck manual, all this stuff. No, you do not have a tumor.
So what
You'd have other markers off.
Then why do I have the high DHEA before?
I have looked everywhere.
Okay,
and
so
asked every
Wait, is this a pituitary gland thing?
I
no.
think so.
No, I don't even think it's
I don't
that.
know.
It's not. So if she had a tumor, other things would be off. It's not.
Everything's
Not
off.
that.
What are you talking about?
You're just going to be young forever. That you're a vampire.
Really
Just
high
accept it.
DHEA?
Yeah.
Oh god, this is down to just Cat. You need to stop sacrificing children. Okay.
I've always said this, but nobody listens. Just stop sacrificing children and stop, consuming their pituitary.
Just lay off the adrenochrome for like at least a month, and then
She can't do it. She's addicted to it. She snorts it. She main veins it, everything. So I don't know what to do about it.
Look, so anyway, so my sky high, like normal levels is like less than 250. Mine is like 4,005. Like when I was younger, I was having levels like that. And they're like, but they don't give a shit. So there was no like medical care back in the day. They're just like, good luck. It's like the
what happened to
precursor.
you? So I don't know. One night I was at a crossroads and I just made a deal with this dude.
But anyways, so that is like the precursor to, I think, the other hormones, right? Related to aging. Wait, it says.
But Kat, what if you're like, actually, I should be asking Steve this question.
Improved bone density.
Steve, what if Kat is like one of those Asian women and like one day you wake
I'm
up.
Asian.
She is Asian.
One day, I'm talking about, it's not politically correct. I meant Oriental Asian, right? So what if Kat's like one of those ones and you wake up like, let's say 10 years from now, and she just aged like 50 years in one night?
I got to start doing a transfusion from our daughter immediately.
Oh my God.
See? Wouldn't you just leave her, get a new model?
No. You can't improve on this. I mean,
multiple types of.
But look, no, there was a Chinese girl. There was a Chinese girl who worked at my friend's hospital, and I'm not joking. And she looked shit hot. And I don't know if you ever listened to Ricky Gervais. He had a radio show back in the day on XFM. You can still find the podcast and download it. I think it's for free on Audible. And it's hilarious, the XFM podcast. They're brilliant. And there's a guy on there, Carl Pilkington, and he made this observation that's 100% true. The guy's a retard, but he's like an idiot savant. He gets so much shit right, but purely by accident. He said, you never see you never see like Chinese people that are like in their 30s or 40s or 50s. They either look like they're in their 20s or that they're like 70. And you never see the in between. And it's like one day they just go to bed and they wake up and they're 70 years old. So
Yes, menopause.
that's what happened to this chick. That's what happened to this chick at work. She went from looking insanely hot to looking like you want to stick her in an old people's home. And it happened within the course of just yeah.
I have a possible explanation.
Menopause.
No. Just listen. Asian people of the
they're androgen
almond-eyed, they're androgen dominant.
Yeah.
When they
they live where in their indigenous nations, if they come to America, they become estrogen dominant, just like everybody else here.
They got no ass, no tits.
Yeah, because they have androgen.
When they have diabetes, it's Xiaoke, which is wasting, thirsting. Xiaoke that's what they call it in Chinese. Wasting, thirsting. Wasting, and you could say that that's diabetes type 1, but even in type 2 diabetes, they're not overweight. They still have type 2 diabetes, but they don't look fat like we do because they're highly androgenic. So if you don't have enough estrogen to support yourself when you go into menopause, your skin goes to shit.
Mm-hmm.
Your skin, the collagen stops replicating. You get brittle bones. Your skin goes saggy. Everything goes downhill. But if you have enough estrogen like we have here with all our plastics and all of our phthalates and all of our other crap here, plus our genetics and our environment down here, I'm not sure what else is going on.
Whatever, we don't know what makes here.
They will support, we over here support our estrogen more than they do over there. Even though they do have soy over there, but they're androgenic.
Okay,
they can handle the soy. We can't handle it.
The reason why in their culture, for like their location, they're super androgenic. That's why they need to have tofu, soy, all that stuff like that. And they have a lot of practices to kind of give them a little bit of a boost in estrogen, because something about where they are geographically, or maybe there's a pollutant we don't know about. We don't know what it is. It's been there forever. It makes them highly androgenic. But as soon as you move the same person to America, they become estrogenic, overly estrogenic like we are. We're very estrogen dominant in America, which is why we gain weight, puffiness around the neck, puffiness around the hips and the thighs and stuff like that. The butt,
arms.
And the back of the arms is very estrogen. Estrogen has specific places on the body. And then cortisol, stress, that's more like in the front of your body, right? You might have skinny arms and legs around the organs. So
but that's been going on with men in the US. There was like a study that showed like how male fertility changed since the 1940s up until today. Male fertility and also weight as well. Like, because I think Americans got the most amount of gynecomastia surgery for men as well.
Got those bitch tits.
Mm-hmm. I know, like every guy that goes walking around the neighborhood has boobs, even if they're thin.
Yeah. Well, that's for younger guys, that's due to weed as well, though.
Oh, yeah, weed does it. And that's the other thing. I've been telling all these guys, you got to stop with the weed. It causes estrogen dominance, and they tell me I'm crazy.
Yeah, no, like massive amounts. Like in the UK, almost all gynecomastia surgery on guys under the age of 30 is because of weed.
Under the age
and
of
then
30,
they, at the same time,
gynecomastia surgery.
Sorry?
Weed and beer, beer too. Beer causes boobs. Beer gives you boobs.
But weed is way more than beer. I mean,
yeah, weed like massive, because what they've started doing now for us, I don't know what it's like in the UK, is for guys going for gynecomastia surgery, if they're under the age of 30, they'll also do fertility tests on them. And most of them are pretty much infertile.
Yeah. But we have a lot of women now that are going into menopause at 30 in the US. 30.
Gynecomastia surgery for them.
And a lot of guys, a lot of guys, they don't have any sperm counts anymore. So like they're like,
well, that's
young
what I'm
guys.
saying. These guys are guys who are in their 20s, and they're coming in with bitch tits that need to be cut off, and they realize, well, you've got no sperm either.
Mm-hmm.
So Mother Nature once again stepping in and saying, you're not going to procreate.
But I mean,
you trans.
We can reference back to Homath and what he said in the video. Like this is the end. Unless we go totalitarian and put women by force out of the workplace, we're just gonna all die. Because it's gonna be there's only a few men, all the women with a few men, only a few men, and then less people procreate. Anyone who's not good enough to get whatever like the top guys are, they're not gonna procreate and they'll die off.
Well, there is Handmaid's Tale option.
Yeah, but that's a totalitarian solution. Outside of that, we're cooked.
But then the hippies get to be outside of because they had two societies, the hippies and then the non-hippies.
What are you talking about?
So there were the hippies
when
in Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, I don't remember any.
So there were
no hippies.
Yeah, there were
You mean the prostitutes?
No, I consider them hippies, the people that were outside of this commune of the uniform people.
I didn't see anyone outside of the in another country in Canada.
Yeah, it was in Canada.
That's Canada. The place that was totalitarian in the Handmaid's Tale was the United States.
Yeah, it was the United States.
So there was no hippie place. It was another country.
Canada was the hippie
You'd
place,
have to
which
go to
is
another
very
country
odd today because Canada is not that at all.
Anyways,
I've never met a sane Canadian woman. I've known quite a few Canadian women, and they're all fucking crazy one way or another.
It's the hockey, I think, maybe hockey pucks to the face, or
oh, and can you say why guys shouldn't get on testosterone supplements? Like the problems with that?
Well, how old are they?
If they haven't had kids.
No. How old are they?
Let's say they're 35.
No.
What happens?
If they're 35,
what happens
there's
to your
something wrong.
What
You
happens
gotta
to your
fix that.
fertility when you get on testosterone?
Well, if you take too much, it'll shut down the hypogonadal, basically your pituitary stimulating your testes to produce testosterone. Your testes will turn to the size of peas.
Shrivel up and die.
They'll shrivel up. But that's not the way they're supposed to do things. They're supposed to stimulate the pituitary, to stimulate the testes the way they're supposed to, in the pattern they're supposed to. But if you get older and you go into andropause, then yes, you could be a candidate for testosterone, but you're going to be on it the entire time. You're going to have to give blood every 60 days.
Yeah.
If you do not, you could get blood clots, high likelihood.
Mm-hmm.
You do not want to take too much, because too much does give problems, more than just thickening your blood by increasing I forgot the name. Anyway,
we're talking about balls.
Erythropoietin.
Clotting factor thing. I forget the name of that now.
Anyway, it stimulates production of blood cells. So you'll end up getting a heart attack or stroke if you don't give blood. So you got to give blood.
Yeah. So guys,
and get tested every 3 months. So you can't go to some clinic that tests you once a year, says, good luck, keep injecting this.
Or do it yourself, because they're all doing it themselves. I see them in the Discord servers.
You see them in the gym like crazy. In the gym like crazy, there's guys that self-dosing on tea, and it's like, it's the stupidest thing, unfortunately, I think, with the generation today, is that when they want to get healthy, they go from being super unhealthy to wanting to be super healthy. And everything is just these massive radical swings to the extremes. And it's like, no, like everything, you got to do everything in a balanced way. Because, sorry, the other thing is you can't do everything the same. Like if you look at guys who are training, who are in their 20s, even if they do it natural, even if they're not doing any kind of steroids, they're not cycling or anything like that, they're doing everything natural. If you're going to train normally. If you overtrain, you're going to fuck yourself up. If you don't train enough, you're not going to see any results. So you've got to see what works for you and what's getting you results. And then when you plateau, obviously, you change up your regimen. Okay, you don't start pushing even harder. You just change up your regimen because you're already pushing a lot. But you're going to plateau if you stop your body from guessing. But the problem is that when you hit your 30s, your mid 30s, let's say, you know this, Steve. If you're a guy, no, I'm just saying that you know this because you know about training. You know about training, right? So you've got to change the way you train, because once a guy hits his mid-30s, he's going to be losing about 10% of his muscle mass a year, unless you do something to change that and to build it up.
Every day. You got to be doing something every day to stimulate muscles.
But the problem is that I'm seeing guys in their mid-30s and mid-40s, and they're doing the same type of lifts. They're doing the same training that they did when they're in their 20s. And you shouldn't be doing that. You need to lift differently when you hit your 30s and 40s. You need to be doing compound lifts. And
what's that?
Compound lift, but stuff that's going to engage lots of muscle groups in one lift, right?
Teach Steven.
When you do the compound lifts, you're gonna the thing that you find with compound lifts is that they have all been scientifically proven to raise your testosterone levels. When you do compound lifts, and this is most noticeable when you hit your 30s and 40s, because not only does it prevent that 10% per year muscle loss, it can stimulate a lot of muscle growth in people. When people are thinking, oh, I'm in my 40s, I can't build muscle because I'm in my 40s, it's bullshit. I mean, so many people have proved that wrong, especially natural lifters. But do you know that bodybuilder, what's his name? I think it's Metzger, the one who became famous because he basically said, you only need to do one set a week for any muscle group to get hypertrophy. Did you hear about that guy? No. He won Mr. Olympia, and he's the only guy, I think he's the only guy on record who ever won Mr. Olympia with a perfect score.
Is he the guy that was stating that he does like research into exercise physiology and things like you do?
Yeah, no, yeah, he was a student when he was a professor of that shit. Yeah.
So
I think it was Mike Metzger. Sorry,
I think he might be the one that said you got to do 6 sets, 2 minutes between each set, and you won't get.
Oh no, that was his early days. That was his early days. So he came out. I think that was in the book that was called The Complete Book of Weightlifting. But he did another one where he started talking about. I can't remember what it was called. I think it was the heavy duty workout. And he had 2 versions of the heavy duty workout. And in the first one, I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one, but he basically ended up in one of them. He ended up saying he got a bit more radical just before he died with his training regimen. But he said that you just need to do one set. But his theory was something that was called beyond failure, right? So he said you do one set for one muscle group. So if you're going to do like a back and if you're going to do like chest and arms, back and shoulders, however you want to do it, or your legs, abs, whatever. But if you're doing like that, if you're there to do like, let's say, back and shoulders, you'd probably do just 3 different exercises, but you're going to do a failure lift on each, but you're going to go beyond failure, according to him. So he advocated for you to use a weight which you think that you're going to max out at around about 6 to 8 reps. When you hit 6 to 8 reps and you feel like you're going to fail, you wouldn't do drop sets, but what you do is like you'd have somebody spotting you to push you as far as you can go. And let's say you max out at around about 8, and now you fail. You wait, you take a pause or something like that for, let's say, 10 to 15 seconds, and then you try to crank out another one or another 2. And then you'd take another pause and you do it again. You do it again. But he advocated, his idea was that if you can end up pushing yourself to do a total of 12, the next time you do that exercise, you're going to lift a heavier weight. You're going to increase weight by 10%. Because part of his training regimen was progressive overload. So you'd only exercise one muscle group per week, only one per week, because he said, and it was proven basically, that you'd need to get hypertrophy, you need time for your muscles to recover, to build back those thicker muscle fibers. And he said that there's absolutely no evidence to show that you will get more hypertrophy, you will get more muscle growth if you train more than once a week. But then I think later on he said you can do it twice a week. But
I think the cohort would be people that are under the age of 40. You can injure yourself.
Damon is 200 years old.
You need to like be careful. You can do higher reps, less weight.
Well, see, yeah,
injury
exactly.
Easily happens when you're older.
Time under tension, obviously, is what gets you the hypertrophy, right? So with under the whole idea of time under tension, you can say to yourself, hey, look, I don't need to lift a heavy weight. And this is why he says lift any weight that you think you will hit failure on at about 8 reps. So you can choose a weight that's much less, and you might hit failure at, let's say, 25 reps. But then once you hit those, what they've shown, what the science has shown, is that hypertrophy, that kind of breaking down of the muscle fibers, that occurs once you hit failure. When you're struggling to lift, when your form starts to suffer a little bit, but you want to try and maintain perfect form. But when you kind of start lifting slower and you're pushing yourself harder, that is the only time where you're going to start activating those results in your body of, I need to build thicker muscle fibers.
And
so
even
that's
more so, by the way, when you know these cable machines where they actually increase weight as you're going down. So
yeah, on the eccentric part of the lift.
It tricks your body into thinking that there's something completely, from what I understand, it tricks your body into thinking there's something completely different going on here. It's not the same as gravity, and it's a winch that's pulling the weight away from you more than what you think.
Yeah.
And they find
in the crappy gyms, we usually end up doing that with like resistance bands on top of it as well. So you've got resistance bands pulling you in one direction, and then the weight pulling it gravity-wise in a different one. But yeah, no, this is why another thing that Mensa was pushing for was to say that you have to get the cadence of the lift right as well. So like when you're lifting, you'd be lifting for like, let's say, anywhere between 2 to 5 seconds on the lift, and then you'd take a pause, you'd hold it and like you squeeze at the top of the lift and you hold it for about 2 seconds, and on the eccentric part, when you're just lowering it, you'd lower it over a period of about 4 seconds. So like a slow lift, a pause, and then a slow drop. But this is so many people have been trying to kind of like debunk this, but everyone who's done it has shown that it works, and it has very good results for people when they're in that stage, when they're in their late 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. It's still shown to work, and it's very good because you're giving yourself a lot of time to recover under that plan, and you're not pushing yourself too much, because he said that like you're going to get your exercise for the day done within 20 minutes, because you're only doing about 3 or 4 different sets, and you're only doing one set on each movement. So you've got 3 or 4 different exercises, and you're only doing one set of each, and you're done within about 20 minutes. And I've always been interested in trying that, but it's very difficult to get your brain around it, because you're usually used to being like, I'm going to do a 90-minute workout, I'm going to be lifting heavy, and it's going to be an intense workout. And then for somebody to come along and say, no, man, you could just do 20 minutes and you'll get better results. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
I have a patient that he's in his 50s. He does 20 minutes every day, and he is fit, except does tend to injure himself on occasion, which I have to treat him for. But
so if you're doing Mensa's plan, if you're doing that strategy of the oh God, what was it called? The heavy duty workout. That was it. Yeah, Mike Men's the heavy duty workout. If you're doing that plan, the most important thing is you need a spotter for the psychological part of it as well, because you're never going to know. The whole theory that he uses is to say that how do you know when you've lived to failure, right? Like, how are you going to know what your 100% max is? Like, how are you going to know if you're supposed to lift at, let's say, like 84%, or let's say 75%? How are you going to know that you're lifting at 75% of your max? Because you're not going to know until you've lifted 100%, right? When you've pushed yourself to your limit and you know, like, okay, this is it, I've lifted to fail now, then you're going to know what you should be lifting. But the thing is that you need to lift to fail. But then the whole idea of pushing yourself beyond failure, lifting beyond failure, is this idea of that you got to give it that 10 to 15 second pause, see if you can do another rep, like, or push yourself to do 2 more reps, then give it another 10 to 15 second pause and see if you can crank out a few more. And when you genuinely literally can't move the bar at all, that's when you're done. And then you're only going to do another 2 different lifts related to that muscle group. But at the end of one session, it's 20 minutes. At the end of it, you literally can't even lift your arm to open your fucking locker. You're broken after that. So you do need that week of recovery time.
Okay,
and
Damon,
everyone, yeah.
we should do this like a whole thing on how to get
Yeah,
ripped.
sorry. My bad.
Because we were supposed to be talking about hose.
Well, you didn't want to talk about hose. We tried talking about hose and you got upset.
Tried. Yeah, you know what?
Look, yeah, the reason why I wanted to talk about hose was because the goofy chicks thing that Tareyak wanted to talk about, and what's the unfair expectations on men thing.
Mm.
I want us to talk about that some more without you and Tareyak going head to head. But it's I was kind of going to agree with you, or what
But
I thought
you didn't.
No, because the expectations of men, like the expectations on men thing, my position is that there should be more expectations on men than not than with women, but we're living in a society today where the expectations on men are high. You've got to do this, you've got to be this, you've got to have this much money, you've got to do this, you've got to do that, right? The problem that I have is that most of the guys who subscribe to the whole red pill thing, and a lot of people who are on who are in the manosphere circuit, right? These are all people who are like, men are better than women. Men bring more to the table than women. Men are more successful than women. Men are stronger than women. Men are this, men are that, right? And it's like, okay, cool. So why the fuck are you surprised that there's more expectations on you? So like,
yeah, the market dictates. There's nothing you can do about it.
If you're there saying men bring more to the table than women, why are you now suddenly crying when women expect you to bring more to the table? Now, honestly, I think that part of the reason is, unfortunately, and again, I don't want to say all of them, but many of the guys that are in the red pill manosphere space are weak losers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to insult them. I don't say that in an insulting way, because at least they want to get better. But if you think about it, let me give you a hypothetical. There is a woman who wants to subscribe to some kind of self-help guru, right? She wants to go and learn how to be a better woman, like be a alpha woman, be like a boss bitch, all this kind of stuff, right? How to get men, how to like command presence in a room, all of this shit. She wants to learn how to be like the best woman she can be, and she's going to pay some chick to tell her how to do that, right? And she's going to go to like some seminars, and she's going to go to some online workshops or whatever the fuck. describe that woman to me. How do you expect that woman to be? Like, what do you think she's like?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Do you think she's going to be hot? Do you think she's going to be a 10? Do you think she's going to be successful?
Well, I mean, people, I don't know. It's like, that's just the thing. It's like the market pays for what the market pays. So like, if you're not getting results, you can't get mad at the market. You have a bad product.
No, I'm talking about the woman who decides to go on to that thing. The woman who decides to go to that seminar before she shows up to the first class, or maybe even while she's in the middle of that class. How do you expect her to look, behave, carry herself? How do you expect her to be? Do you expect her to be somebody that's going to turn heads? Do you think that that's a person that guys, is that a woman that guys would be interested in?
I don't get it. What about her?
Like, what kind of woman do you think would subscribe to those kind of self-help classes?
Someone who needs help?
Yes.
I mean,
That's my point.
oh, okay.
So my point is that if you actually look at some of the comments on these YouTube videos of these guys who are offering this red pill manosphere content, right? If you go to some of those, if you look at some of those comments, or if you go to some of those discords and look at the people who are terminally online in those discords, if you look at anybody like Fresh and Fit, well, Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, if you go to any of these guys that are saying that they're going to teach you how to be a real man, how to be an alpha male, how to make money, how to get big, how to do this better, how to lift harder, how to debate better, how to whatever. Any of these guys that are selling that shit on how to be a top tier guy, all of the people, not, sorry, I don't want to use absolute, so I hate that, sorry. Most of the people, many of the people that are listening to this shit are fucking losers. Okay? Because if they knew how to be a real man, if they knew how to get women, they wouldn't be following another man telling them how to do that shit. The only man who should be telling you how to be a real man is your dad or
Yeah, but
Jesus.
they don't, a lot of them don't have strong fathers. That's why
Yes,
this
I
has
know.
come up.
And what does that make them? We know this statistically.
Yeah.
What happens to you? What kind of man grows up in a single parent household raised by a woman? A weak man.
Yeah, and what kind of woman grows up in a single parent household? A masculinized woman.
But this is the thing. Like, I mean, you can say, oh, not all guys have that. It's true. And not all guys are strong. Some of them are fucking weak. Okay? So the guys that will gravitate towards listening to these people are guys who are fucking losers. I'm sorry. But you need to accept that. You need to understand that's where you are. Once you accept that you're a loser, you know that you need to fix your life up. And it's a good thing that those people go there, because at least it means that these guys want to turn their life around. They want to do something about it. They want to improve.
Yeah.
And that's cool. And I respect that. I appreciate that. I just think that you need to be a little bit more discerning about who you're paying to help improve your life. Because if you don't know what a strong man is and what a strong man should be, you're taking a gamble when you're paying somebody else to tell you how to become one, because you don't know if they are one, right? Now, we see this all the time. People who've got all of the descriptors of the problems, but the prescriptions that they're offering you are fucking nuts. They're ridiculous. They're stupid. This isn't the shit that's going to make you a good, strong man. And that's my problem with the red pill movement, is that once everybody who joins up to it is going to be weak, pathetic men who want to learn how to become strong, successful men. The moment any of them wise up and realize this actually isn't good, I've realized now what is good and how to be a strong man. I've learned how to do it myself or via other research. The moment you learn that shit, are you going to stay there? No, you're not. You're going to leave. Once you've fixed up, you're not going to be there anymore. You're not going to be in that space. So any guys who actually did crack the code, learn how to be strong men, became successful, they're going to leave that area, and it's going to be a space that's going to be permanently occupied by weak men. And you can't have weak men supporting weak men. They're just going to turn it into what it has currently become, which is like this stupid little toxic place, which looks like it's 14-year-old kids raging at each other all the time.
Do you think it's the same as like the female spaces? Like, you know, like that there's a female run
Yeah,
podcast, which is like get that money, get that bag. Here's
yeah.
how to
It's
manipulate
stupid
men
bitches giving
to get
advice to
stuff.
stupid bitches.
Yeah, so it's like I feel like when you're super red pill on, you know, like you whatever you want, I don't know what the women's version is called, but like if you're any of these extremes, like you probably should just get together because I think like these
Well,
people
yeah,
would
no.
go well
What you
together.
just said there, what you just said there is the most important thing because it's 100% true. When you were talking about when you said, "Oh, I don't know what the equivalent is," if you look at what we spoke about earlier, women going into jobs and things like human resources, right?
Mhm.
And any job that is female dominated, if you look at nursing, if you look at education, if
Mhm.
you look at admin assistants, if you look at hairdressers, right?
Yeah.
And especially human resources,
Mhm.
what do you find? They become gatekeepers of those jobs. They will let no men in. And when they do let men in, they let a very specific kind of man in. What is the
That they
common
can
idea?
control. One that
What
they
is
can
yeah,
control.
but what is the common idea that a woman has if she meets a guy and he says, "Oh, I'm a nurse," or "Oh, I'm a hairdresser," or "Oh, I work in human resources"? What do you think that guy is? Gay,
Feminine.
correct?
Okay.
Gay,
Or
yeah.
that.
Gay
Sure.
or effeminate? Gay or effeminate? One
Mhm.
of those things. You're not going to think, well, that's a really masculine guy. He's a man's man. What is he? He's a nurse. Oh,
That's
look at
what
that guy over there.
what
He's a
is it?
pinnacle of male excellence. What is he? Oh,
Yeah,
he's a nursery school teacher.
that's
Like,
creepy.
that shit doesn't happen. That shit doesn't happen. Women get the grip on those jobs, they lock it down, and they will only allow people into those spaces that they approve. This is why weak women always complain when they're in the workplace with men. They'll say, "Oh, but men are gatekeepers. Men are." No, you're accusing us of the shit that you women do. We don't do that. Women have had access to any spaces they wanted to do. Do you think if there's a woman who wanted to work in plumbing or who wanted to work like on a labor crew, a construction crew, or anything like that, do you think any men would be holding her back if she could carry her weight? No.
If she's
If she
cute,
can do
no.
it, she can do it. Even if she was cute, they would be fucking helping her. They'd be like, "I don't care if I need to work a little bit harder. If she's got a nice ass and tits, I'll help her with do her job too."
Yeah. You know,
Because
like
that's what men are like. But women are back. Women will just fucking snap at you. They will stab you in the back. They'll do whatever the fuck they can to keep men
at
down.
each other too. Women will do
Yeah.
that to each other. And what I found working in corporate America was that when a woman got power, she changed the whole power structure underneath her. Anyone she had control over, she switched it. Like, for example, we got a female boss. I was like next in line, right? Like I'm the next, whatever. I had people under me. She
Yeah.
destroyed that. She put a gay man in my position. And then like there was some people who were like shitty at their jobs, but they were like, you know, dudes, whatever. She rised them up, you know, effeminate dudes, you know,
Yeah.
whatever. And then any girl that was hot got demoted or like she was on their ass, like, we're gonna get rid of you, we're gonna fire you, or you know, and they were like all crying in their offices because she had power. And the first thing she did was with her power was restructure it to how she wanted it. And it wasn't girls helping girls. It was sickly girls helping effeminate gay men, which is weird.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
don't
weird.
well, the reason why they do it is because again, you can't here's the central law. If you look at any civilization, if you look at how civilizations rose to power and how civilizations fell, if you look at it, the one thing you know, if you look at it as a microcosm,
Mm.
the one big fault that people will always make, and you can never, ever, ever do this, do not give power to weak people.
Yes.
Weak people do not deserve power.
Yes.
You never, ever, ever give power to weak people. Why? They will abuse it. They will abuse that power. This is why the liberals are always afraid.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I'll forget. This is also why, and I don't want to like step on any toes, but this is why if you're a gorgeous woman and you go, I'm just going to be with someone who's very unattractive because they'll appreciate me more, whatever, you are giving that less attractive person power, like perceived power and status. And the first thing that they do is they bite you in the ass. Because once you give someone who didn't earn it, like you knew they were beneath you, but you were like trying to be nice, you give them the power, they bite you in the ass. And that's why everything is all screwed up. We're giving the weakest people power. And all like mids have never had this type of power in history. Mids,
not even
so
mids,
much.
but beneath mids. Like we're talking about bottom of the barrel shit here, who walk around calling themselves tens. It's like, no, you're not. You're fucking delusional.
But the fact is, they know that they can say that, and all the other women who literally are 8, 9s, and 10s have to bow down to them because they gave these freaking mids power. And then if you say something like, no, you're actually like a 1 or a 2, then even the hot ones have to attack you, because if not, they will get attacked. They'll lose their status. They'll lose their jobs. They'll lose their everything.
They'll invent a whole science and a whole fucking language around the bullshit that they talk. You'll have movements like the body positivity movement. You'll have people in science who are afraid to offend these people saying, oh yeah, okay, you can be healthy at any weight, you or healthy at any size. And they'll say, oh, actually, that there isn't a real study to say that it's this. Or like earlier on, they'll inflate the figures of things like glandular issues that could contribute to you being fat. But the thing is that nothing is ever your fault. It's not your fault. We've got a prescription for everything. If you're a fat fuck, we're going to inject you with shit that's going to make you throw up when you eat too much, like just to make you lose weight. Like, and you've got everybody now chasing a Ozempic and shit like that. It's insane because we're creating a world where there's zero fucking accountability, and it's only to benefit weak people. Strong people don't need this shit. Why are we spending all of our research time, effort, money, all of our insurance money, all of the taxpayers' money is going around to make sure that stupid people can survive in this fucking world? Okay? If we could go back in a time machine 50 years, the first thing we need to do is take safety labels off of everything. Okay? Some people should not be living today.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm sorry, but it's 100% true. Why do we need the news, and why do we need the police cybercrimes unit? Why do we need these people investigating somebody who got their feelings hurt by words? Okay, why do we need to go around and why do we need to police TikTok or back in the day when we had Vines or YouTube, and stop and shut down videos that are promoting kids to go and eat Tide Pods? Leave it. That's the only little bit of Darwinism we have left today. If some people want to take themselves out, let them take themselves out. You're too stupid to survive. And it's the simplest way you can put it. I'm sorry. If you stop catering to trying to protect the dumbest people alive, you can focus on actually fixing really big, important shit. And you need to recognize that. You need to recognize the fact that this all started when we gave weak people power.
Yeah.
Weak people don't work for it. That's the problem. If you didn't work and earn something, you're not going to appreciate it. You're not going to know how to wield it. And every time you have a civilization reach its peak when they think we need to do something to prove how virtuous we are, the only way we can continue to move forward is by some kind of moral grandstanding rather than continuing to work hard and genuinely excel. Then everything that you're doing is performative, and it's not actually going to yield any real results. And the performative shit that we always see them doing is catering to the weak, catering to the poor, which is this exercise in narcissism because it makes them feel better about themselves. Oh, look at how great and successful we are. We're so successful that we can throw millions at these poor people living in mud huts. It's like, no, why are you doing it? And we've been seeing that. We've been seeing that in in what's been exposed now by Doge and shit. Look at that USAID. Like, do you really need to give Ireland 70,000 to put on a gay play about trans people?
Yes.
Was Ireland desperate for that?
Yes.
Do Sri Lankan people need to learn how to speak in a way that's not going to offend the people of various genders? Like, they gave tens of millions to train people how to speak in a non-gendered way and to put on all kinds of gay performance art. Like, why? Well, what benefit is that going to give you?
Yep. So it's getting late. How do you want to close up? What kind of final thoughts do you have? Today was a shit show.
I want to know what happened with Tareyak.
I think he got mad, or he lost connection, because it looked like in the middle of the stream, on his side, he just cut off.
Oh, well.
It happens.
I was just looking through the chat now. A lot of people talking about training and lifting. You should talk more about that, Kat.
I don't know. I don't have any. What?
And also, Imperius really wants me to be gay. I mean, I'm flattered, dude. But yeah, I don't think you're my type.
But you don't know. You've never seen him. He could be a woman.
Imperius. I've heard him talk. He sounds like a woman, but I think he's a guy.
We don't know that. We don't want to misgender you, Imperius.
Although Andrew Wilson fucked him like a woman. The only thing Cat lifts is a burrito.
I mean,
it's kind of true. It is kind of true.
Yeah, I'm not gonna power lift, you guys. I'm gonna do Pilates because I'm a girl. And because I have a little more high testosterone, I get very big muscular if I try to do anything. So Steven was even like, stop lifting stuff. I'd rather have like weak, skinny arms and big arms, because then it looks bad for him. It is what it is.
I think the thing that I would finish on, Kat, is the point you made earlier where you're like, I don't know what the equivalent of this is, like when we were talking about the differences between men and women, is if you look at those liberal women who deliberately uglify themselves, I think you should talk about that next week more, because
we already talked about that. We need something new. We need something
tried talking
spicy.
about it, and you never came to the actual conclusion of why they did it.
We did mental
you were like,
health.
No, see, I think I'm thinking differently. I think that liberal women uglifying themselves isn't actually unnatural. I think it's 100% natural. It's normal behavior.
You think that they're trying to look like mids to make the mids feel better?
If you talk about this, no, I don't think it's about making anyone feel better. I think that what they're doing is that they're not uglifying themselves. I think that those ugly liberal women with the pig nose rings and the stupid fucking colored hair and the dumb ugly glasses and trying to look masculine, I think that they genuinely believe that they look attractive. And I think that their behavior is actually I think it's 100% natural. I think it's a natural thing for them. It's a natural behavior. I don't think they're faking anything. I don't think they're pretending, and I don't think that they're trying to
I think it's like virtue signaling, like I'm a part of your tribe.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that anymore.
Like, and you join a tribe and you scar yourself in a super design. You're like, look, I hideous and scarred myself so I can be one of you.
Let me tell you first why. If you want to talk about this for a little bit, I'll back my case up.
3 minutes.
Okay, first of all, what do you think is the equivalent of those ugly liberal women if you look at men? Because I used to think that it was the weird outcast incel men.
I know.
The beta males, right? What?
But okay, I think the guys that wear, because I was making fun of, not making fun of, but like bringing attention to guys that still wear like cartoon memorabilia, T-shirts, and like they decorate their whole place like they're still a child. Like I feel like friend zone guys. Yes, the friend zone.
The geeky anime bros.
Yeah, anime. They dress like they're still toddlers. And
Right.
then they're like,
Okay.
why don't girls want me? I'm dressed like a toddler. I thought women like children.
You're onto it there. You're onto yeah. Okay, see, so that's I thought it was the man bun hipster dude. I'm growing a beard just because I think it makes me look like an adult. It's a performance beard.
No, those
like
guys
how
are
your
banging.
glasses are performance. The beta male guys, the feminist ally dudes, that's kind of what I thought was the equivalent. It's actually not.
I see
It's actually not.
Okay. Why?
So the equivalent, if you think about it logically, the equivalent to these women, liberal women who uglify themselves,
Yeah.
would be the hardcore, terminally online red pill guys who are going into the black pill. It'd be those guys. The guys who call all women whores, and who are saying that they are
They don't have
going
a
to wait
look.
until marriage.
They have to have a look.
No, it's
There's
no,
no
it's an
uniform.
ideology. It's an ideology. It's not about a uniform. It's an ideology.
They need
it's
to
an
have
ideology.
I know, but they need to have a tribal
No, so
signal.
men aren't like that. Women are like that. Women will do the tribal signaling.
No, men
when it
do
comes
that.
to a
Men
look.
in tribes, they like cut
No, when it
themselves,
comes to the
they
look,
put
when it
stuff.
so
Yeah, they cut off their hair and battle. They do all this. Men do that all the
Right.
time too. I
not
think
not in this online world today.
I don't think the
Unfortunately, it's not that easy to spot. But if you look at the rationale for why,
Mm.
these guys, they are not incels, right? These guys are celibate voluntarily. They've given up hope on. They think like any of these women out there are out to scam them. They're whores. They're this. They're that. They are attracted to the red pill because, like we said earlier, they're weak guys who want to know how to be strong. They get frustrated because they are not successful with women. So the defense mechanism is, I'm going to call all women whores who are out to get me. And that way, when I don't get a woman, it's because I don't really want a woman because I don't trust them and they're all whores, right? So that's the coping mechanism behind it. And it's the same kind of logic behind what the liberal women are doing. And it's because they've both been lied to. These guys have been lied to about this is what you do to be appealing. This is what you do to be a strong guy. And once you become successful and strong, you'll get the results in life that you want. The liberal women have been conditioned in the same way. But there's this other group of men who've also been conditioned to be the whole feminist ally, beta male, weak man type shit. And if you look at what's going on, that's the result that you'll see. Because whenever you see the rising tide that we've got in the amount of LGBTQ queer guys out there who try to look as effeminate and as non-threatening as possible, and also you have these liberal women who look unattractive as fuck. The reason why they're doing it is because they've been conditioned into into believing that this is what the world expects of you. Human beings are social creatures, okay? So we've got it hardwired into our brains to conform to what is the social norm, what is socially acceptable, right? So in the past, it was men have to be bigger, stronger, faster. They have to look good, but they have to also be as manly as possible. And men wanted to live up to those ideals. And every hero for the generation exemplified those ideals, right? Like you look at films from back in the day, it was John Wayne, it was Clint Eastwood. You look at the 80s, you got Sylvester Stallone, you got Schwarzenegger. You look at now, who the fuck have you got? Timothy fucking Chalamet, a guy who looks like human fucking spaghetti, right? So how did that happen? And why did that happen? Well, because the people who dictate the social norms are the ones that are currently programming society to say, this is how we want you to be. You've got the ideal woman who can be healthy at any size. Okay. And you've got the ideal man who has to be weak, non-threatening, and who has to basically be a woman in a fucking pair of trousers. And that's what you basically get now. So when you look at all of this pursuit for victimhood shit that's just making everybody be weak, you know, I thought that was this kind of thing that's kind of like symptomatic of the whole toxic narcissism that we see of trying to look like you're the most virtuous, right? But I do genuinely believe that it's a natural move. I think that because we want to conform to what's kind of like being seen as normal, those are the ideals that we try to emulate. And if you look at the whole weaponization of political correctness, the woke agenda, the LGBTQ movement, in this kind of, especially in this post-Me Too era, we as adults know that kind of thing that's plaguing the younger generations today, the whole fragile, emotional frailty, the anxiety-ridden victimhood, the emotionally retarded people that you have today, that isn't normal. But the kids today in schools, in colleges, that are viewing the world through this kind of filter of the agenda, their survival instinct is telling them, their animal brain is telling them, you need to conform to this queer, beta, non-binary, ugly, liberal, facial piercing thing, because that is what you've been conditioned to recognize as being popular and attractive, because that's how the media is selling it to them. They're saying this is what is popular. This is what's attractive. Every TV show they watch, there's going to be an equal amount, if not more, of trans relationships, lesbian relationships, gay relationships, interracial relationships, every other relationship other than what is in the real world, the most popular type of relationship. Because if you're gonna demonstrate something as being unattractive and unlikable, people don't want to live up to that. And what is more unattractive or unlikable in today's world than somebody who's rich and successful? We demonize rich people. We say like, oh no, like they're the people who only got rich because they stole shit. What if you look at the media, what's worse today than a straight white dude? It's you're turning people off one thing and you're making them embrace everything else. And it's like, you're a straight white Christian male dude who's right wing. You can't be that. That's the absolute worst thing. So everybody's chasing to be the other thing. And if you look at college campuses today, they believe that those other things are more popular. So these ugly liberal women, they don't think they're ugly. They think that they're conforming to what is currently the most popular beauty standard.
I don't know, because I remember back in the day we had like the biker guys, and they would do stuff. They would tattoo everywhere and dress a certain way and look like retards. I mean, you're not supposed to say that. You know what I mean? They would do that stuff, and they were considered fine. I don't know, like I mean, they were considered, I guess, what you would think of as liberal chicks now. I mean, like that would probably be the equivalent, like the biker dudes back in the day that would do like the tattoos. Maybe they had a criminal record and they were against the government.
The issue there, though, Kat, is that that's what that group was doing, right? You didn't have the media. You didn't have Hollywood elites. You didn't have politicians. You didn't have CNN. You didn't have social media. You didn't have some algorithm pushing them to do that shit to themselves. They socialized with one another, and they basically thought, we think this is cool. I'm going to do it. And then another guy's going to be like, oh, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to get that tattoo, or I'm going to get that leather cut, or I'm going to get that like badge, or I'm going to get that logo, or I'm going to get that type of look for my bike as well as what you've got for your bike. And they basically gravitated towards an image that they cultivated for themselves, right? But what you have now is you have teachers, you have these unions, you have people with an agenda that are basically pushing this onto kids and forcing what is an unnatural evolution of a certain aesthetic. And what I'm saying is that the response to this unnatural social engineering that we're seeing among kids is a natural response, because it is natural to want to conform and fit in. So if they're being lied to and told, this is what's popular. It's popular for you to be queer. It's popular for you to be non-binary. It's popular for you to have some kind of mental health issue. Okay. So if you've got anxiety or depression, or if you have panic attacks, if you get offended by words, if you think that words are violence, if you need to go and sit in a corner with a blanket and crayons, even though you're fucking 20 years old, that's all perfectly normal. Those people are going to think that that stupid, ugly look, that dumb fucking hair color, those ridiculous piercings, that stupid fucking imaginary trauma that you have, that imaginary gender that you chose, they're going to think that that's all cool, popular, expected of them. And they're going to think it's perfectly natural and normal because they've been lied to into believing that. So what I'm saying is that the social engineering is unnatural, but their response is 100% natural. And when we laugh at them and say, oh, you know, you want a victimhood card, right? Like victimhood is currency. I think we need to actually look at it and think, maybe no, these kids genuinely, they are victims, but they're not the kind of victims they think. They think what they are, they're rather, sorry, the victims of probably the most ugly and disgusting kind of social engineering that we've seen pushed on children in history, probably.
Yeah. So, in closing, what should we talk about next week? Fun stuff. Fun. Light.
I know, fuck it. Let's get Imperious on next week.
Okay, what do you want to talk about with Imperious?
I don't know, let him go. Have him on. Imperious, come on next week, dude, but we got to get Cat a few strikes.
No, we're going to be good kids.
You're going to get Cat strikes. We're going to get Cat strikes.
No.
Let's be fair.
Ay, ay, ay.
Actually, Imperious did something a little while ago that I actually thought was really cool. I liked his take on it. I think he was kind of tearing a hole into the red pill community. And I think it was on one of Grid's videos, but I forget which one it was. I was just listening to Grid randomly. It popped up on the Discord, and Imperious was on it. And it was actually quite fun. And I think it was before the debate with Andrew. And he was talking about some of the problems that he had, and it was pretty cool, actually.
Okay, so see, sometimes he can be good when he wants to. He just doesn't respect me.
No, you know that I don't actually have a problem with Imperious. When he first came, the first time he was on one of your streams, Tareyak and I were talking with him absolutely fine.
He's black pill. He's not red pill.
No, I know he hates the red pill. I said he was tearing a hole into the red pill. That's why I got along with him, because we both agreed. He was talking about his relationship with, I think it was also a Persian woman. And
he keeps complaining about that.
Well, yeah, because I think it was his ex who fucked him over, and he was talking about that. And we spoke about that, and I think it was a really good talk. The only reason why I give him shit is because he gives shit, so I give it back. It's like there's nothing. There's no hate there. He had a Persian fiance. There you go. Imperious, what was his name again? I'm joking.
Yeah,
sorry.
what was his name? Cyrus?
No, but yeah, like no, Imperious, if you're free next week, man. Come on, but just try not to get her another fucking strike. We already did, because she hates Jews so much that she's probably got I don't know how many strikes now.
Okay, stop. Oh my gosh. Anyways, so we're gonna be really good.
Okay, sorry.
We're gonna have a nice, funny. Yeah.
Cat doesn't hate Jews.
No. Oh, geez.
Just for the record, she does not hate Jews. She just hates the
Only.
blacks.
No, stop.
What?
Ay, can't win.
What were you going to say?
That's all for tonight. We will think of interesting things to talk about next week. Some more fun stuff. No yelling and screaming. Tareyak has to do, he's going to meet up with some of his boyfriends and they're going to, I don't know, something about like they're going to go to some, I don't know, like what's a truck stop or something and into the woods. I didn't quite understand, but
What are you
he's going to be
talking about?
he's going to be having a lot of fun with his boys and maybe some strange men that he meets in the woods. But like whatever he's into, and
Who are we
wish him
talking about?
well. No, what?
Who are we talking about?
Nobody. We're gonna have a great time next week. We'll have like interesting. We're gonna react to stuff because I pulled up so many because I was looking at like women being terrible and then men being terrible, and I was getting fed so many good clips in the algorithm that I wanted to show you guys. But like we have to be in a fun mood to see those things because they're like hilarious.
Are you saying that Tarek's not going to be on next week?
No, he said he has to do something for like 2 weeks or something.
Oh
2
shit!
weekends.
And you want to do reaction videos?
Do you have something better?
I was genuinely just looking through the chat to see if Imperius is like, oh fuck it, I'm out then.
No, Imperius loves reaction videos. He's super into it. It gets him off. So we're going to do a little bit of that and then we'll do some fun stuff. Like maybe like, I feel like dating, we already know what happened with dating. Like it's got messed up because of like that video. So we already know like people just, it's never going to work out anymore. You either have to be like the top 20% of dudes, like looks, wealth, or combo, or you're screwed. And chicks
obvious
are
already.
just going to get ran through until they're 30. And if they don't get married by the time they're 30, they're going to be like, 50 kids from 50 different dudes. Like, it's not looking good, to be honest. So, are you black-pilled? Or, like, what are you?
Who, me?
Yeah. Are you like, everything's going to be fine, guys?
I don't care. I'm a cunt cannibal, and I'm tall. I've got money, so. And outside of being online, I actually have a good sense of humor. So I've been lucky to not have problems with that shit. So I'm not black-pilled. The world is too awesome to be black-pilled.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's really fun outside, guys. You should try it. I mean,
you've got to be a strategist. You've got to be a strategist. I had a friend of mine who actually contacted me recently because he was like, dude, you changed my life. This is the best advice you've ever given me. He's actually the son of a friend of mine, right? And he's 20, I think he's about 22, 21, 22. He's that kind of generation that grew up sadly emotionally retarded, because they didn't really know how to socialize well. Everybody got a trophy, all that kind of shit. But I worked with his dad. His dad was about 15 years older than me, so we're kind of like in between age-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really socially awkward. And by talking to him, I was thinking to myself, I think this dude's a virgin. Like, he's genuinely afraid of approaching girls. And he's been doing the kind of right kind of thing. He's been kind of training. He's been going to like the gym, and he looks pretty jacked. And he's an okay looking kid. He didn't really know how to dress well. So I told him, like, look, dress up, like, try a little bit harder, do this, do that. Like, got him a proper haircut because he had one of those fucking stupid, queer looking, broccoli headed side fade kind of things, just looked absolutely ridiculous. But he looked good afterwards, got a proper haircut, looked good. And I told him to get a job. Now, just hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
I told him to get a job in a gay bar, a popular gay bar in Soho. And I said, it's got to be a good one. I told him, like, look, work at this one, because my friend Daniel from back in the day used to work in one of them. It's quite a popular one, cocktail bar. I told him, look, learn how to make a good cocktail, get a job there. And two things happened. He was getting hit on by guys all the fucking time. He made loads of tips because he's a good looking kid and he was built. He was pretty jacked. He was making a lot of money. He started feeling better because he was making a lot of money. But the main thing is, I told him, don't tell any of the guys that you're not gay. Play hard to get. Do whatever the fuck you need to do. Don't tell them that you're not gay. Every Friday and Saturday night, sure enough, you would get the fag hags there. You use that slang in American. You know what fag hags are.
Yeah.
Right. So you would have those girls who go out with their gay friends because they feel this is a safe place for me to go. Nobody's going to hit on me. I can drink. I don't need to worry about somebody spiking my drink. But they had to worry about my friend. No, I'm not joking. He didn't spike the drinks. But you wait for those girls. They will let their guard down. And many of those girls are like, I want to turn this guy. I think I can be the one who can turn him, right?
Yes. It's a dream.
Yes.
It's a dream.
And in any club, whether it's a gay club or a straight club, who is the person that the girls end up going home with at the end of the night? The bartender.
Really?
All the fucking time. Yes, the bartender. He's the only one who's sober. He's not making a prick out of himself. He's not some drunk, arrogant douchebag. They feel like they can stay with him. If there's a guy who's constantly pressuring girls, the girls will stay at the bar until the end of the night, past the closing. And security will say, hey, do you girls want to stay? Like, we'll close up here. You can stay, finish your drinks. If you don't want to go out, you don't want to get hassled by guys, or we can call you a cab or whatever. And the bartender's going to be there with the women afterwards when the lights are up and it's quiet and there's no music, and you can start chatting with them and things will happen, right? The dude called me up like after he was working there for 3 months, and he was like, yeah, he's like, oh, best advice. And he's loving it. He's a totally different guy now. Totally different guy. Not socially awkward, knows how to talk to women. He's run through a few of them. And yeah, good result. You just need strategy. You can't be black-pilled. Yes, there's problems out there, but you just have a strategy to get around those problems.
Strategy, guys. Strategy. Oh, gosh.
Strategy.
Okay. Look at this. Did you see this? How do I save this? Image up? No. How do you save? Dang it. Did you see what Kanye wrote? Of course, I can't find it, but I think it got taken down.
I love Kanye. He's such a retard. He's such a retard. He's fucking amazing. Oh, God.
He wrote, the U's, I'll just say the U's wrote Martin Luther King's speech, Happy Black History Month. He's such a...
This guy's brilliant.
Yeah, like... And then they posted this photo, which had me dying on his what's it called? On that tweet.
Yeah, he's I don't know what the fuck. I don't know if this is some natural autism that he has, or if he's on something, but whatever the fuck it is, this guy's never been more entertaining.
Okay, look at this. Okay. You trying to call me or my friends to tell me what to say. You are broke and you have no power, especially no power over me. My kid's school sucks. I don't know what this. Thank you to my brother Swizz for connecting me with your close friend, the Saudi Crown Prince. Okay, great. And you don't like Trump. Okay.
Is he right. Brilliant? He's brilliant. I love. Oh my God.
This is my
It's
hero.
like, do you know what Kanye reminds me of? Like, you know, have you ever heard a guy when he describes his ideal woman?
No.
And if a guy describes his ideal woman, he's like, sometimes guys will say, she's got to be just the right kind of stupid, right? Have you heard that?
I've never heard that. No. Maybe because
Yeah.
look.
See,
What? Okay. Why would they want her stupid? Other than the obvious, which is like because then I don't want her smart enough to control me.
well, I don't think it's smart to control him, but it's the fact that look, no, I don't think any man is afraid that a woman's going to control him. I think it's off-putting when a woman thinks that she can try to control him. It's that idea of, I know you're trying to manipulate me. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you trying to do it? It's like when your kid lies to you and you're like, I know you're lying to me. Like, don't tell me you didn't fucking steal the chocolate. I can see it all over your mouth. And you're sitting there saying, no, I didn't eat any chocolate, right? When you try to do that shit, that's what's off-putting. So I think the whole just the right kind of stupid thing is like, there's a level of kind of, there's like this certain level of stupidity which is kind of cute. Any more than that, and
like
you
innocence?
kind of genuinely, yeah, it's slightly beyond naivety. It's kind of between naivety and I'm worried that maybe I can't leave her alone in the house.
Okay. Because
Like,
I noticed
somewhere in
like,
between there
yeah.
is a cute level that's really nice, right? So that's the right level of stupid. Like, you know, I don't need to worry about her burning the house down, but at the same time, it's like she's not going to try pulling the wool over my eyes and trying to act smart or whatever. So anyway,
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's where Kanye is, but like as a guy, it's like he's a troll. He's not as off-putting as some trolls, but at the same time, he's not some guy that's just trying to make jokes and be funny. He genuinely is fucking retarded, but it works so well. It's like, you know, you have those retards who are like idiot savants, like Rain Man. Like, you know, you drop a bunch of like matchsticks and he can immediately count them up. Like Kanye, you could just like put him in a room and he has the superpower to piss off all of the right people and entertain all of the right people.
Yeah.
Like
a little bit of the
and
tism.
he's like a smart bomb. He will wreck everything that you want wrecked, but all of the safe assets are left standing. That's what he is.
What I heard about because I like
He
to
is
research.
weaponized autism.
Yes,
and
but
it's
what
amazing.
I heard yes, what I heard about narcissists, and there's a lot of famous people, wealthy people that are narcissists. That's usually, it's one of the things that can propel you to the top, just caring about yourself and what's in it for you, right? Which is narcissist superpower. Autistic people call that shit out immediately. They don't believe in social hierarchies. They don't believe in any hierarchy. So they don't respect anyone who's above them.
It's not they don't
at all.
believe in it, so they don't understand it.
They understand it, they just don't care. They don't care at all. So they don't fall in line. They don't do what they're told. If you tell them not to do something and they think that they should be able to do it, they just will say no. And like they'll challenge people. And it's like, I don't know if it's like intelligence, but it's like a lack of social intelligence, but in such a weird, unique way that narcissists and autistic people are like, they hate each other because narcissistic people cannot control autistic people.
Yeah.
Because they're they just call out, why are you doing this and this and this? Are you trying to make me feel this and this?
Well,
Why are you
depending on where on the spectrum they are, because obviously like you've got many different syndromes under autism. But depending on which kind of or what particular syndrome you've got, whether it's Asperger's, I mean, you've got loads of different things. You've got like Worcester drought, Asperger's, like there's a bunch. But if you look at certain types of them, certain types of autistic people, they don't get embarrassed. They physically can't. They they can't be embarrassed because they don't understand that kind of notion of shame. They just navigate the world and communicate, and they don't recognize the visual cues of like nonverbal communication. They don't know how to do it, and they don't know how to understand it. So
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
if you shout at them, they don't know if you're angry or if you're just telling them. So like, it varies on what particular type of autism you have. Like some of them are more higher functioning, some of them just genuinely don't have any of that. So like, you know, when you're like, how can you say that? You can't say that. They'll be like, well, what do you mean I can't say that? Like, they won't know that. Oh, it's, you try to explain political correctness to an autistic person.
Yeah, you can't.
Exactly.
And we're all on the internet, so
Yeah.
so yeah. High
I was just
functioning
reading the
autistic.
comments though. I was just gonna say, like, I saw Sports Brand's comments where that was the funniest fucking thing when he said, "I'm not gonna say what type of doctor," but it was a Jewish doctor. That's fucking brilliant. I love that. That was like that hit so much better than the earlier one, like when he was like what's his name? George Bush doesn't care about black people, whatever. I can't remember that. But that one like took Mike Myers out of like commission for a while. But no, that I'm not gonna say what type of dog. Oh shit. I watched that video, right? And I thought like I'll admit I was quite drunk.
Oh no.
But I genuinely thought that Kanye West was reading my mind. Because when he said the first part, I was like, go on, say it. He was Jewish. Then literally right after I had that thought, he said it. And I was like, shit, he read my fucking mind. It was amazing.
The other thing about autistic people, I'm only talking about high functioning because obviously those are the ones we're going to see most and interact with. High functioning ones, they don't lie. They like have a, but they don't mean to be mean, but like sometimes because they're so honest, they can come off as really mean, but also they don't put up with any bullshit.
It's the brutal honesty. It's the brutal honesty. This is going back to when Tareyak was on. This is why we spoke about like men not lying. Like men, when we're saying, oh, men lie because of protecting women's feelings. So men usually don't see the point in lying. We're not gonna lie because we're afraid of stuff.
Men lie equally as women.
No, they don't. They don't. They genuinely don't. Women lie way more than men lie.
Well,
women lie even when they don't realize they're lying.
Speak more, so of course they're gonna, because
we said this already. You spend an hour every morning preparing to lie to everyone. When you put on makeup, that's a lie to the world. That's a lie to everybody around you. I'm sorry.
Sure, but I'm just talking about like words right now. And
yeah, but we can talk about words. We can talk about words.
Severely autistic people, maybe not.
How have you ever seen a girl who's asking a dude, "Hey, can you introduce me to some of your friends? Like, have you got any single friends? Blah blah blah." And the guy describes those friends. They're his friends. And he will say straight up if the guy's an asshole or not. We will admit this guy's an asshole, right? This guy looks fat. This guy was at the urinal next to me one time, and I'm telling you, you're not going to be interested in him. This guy cheats on girls. This guy does this. Guys will tell you about guys, even if it's their bro. They'll say everything. But women will lie.
If they don't want the girl to like one of their friends and they want a chance with them, yes, they lie.
If what? Sorry?
If the guy wants a chance with the girl, he's gonna make all of the people else look bad. They do that.
No, I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that. Okay. I'm talking about if the girl is interested in his friends, like not if the guy wants to fuck that girl, so that's why he's sabotaging his friends. I'm not talking about that.
Like, in what situation would he not want the option, or to try to keep the option open?
Well, no, I'm saying maybe it's like a girl that he's just not interested in, and she's like,
he wouldn't talk to her.
I'm fucking your friend. Your friend is hot, and we need to go out on a group date. I want to see your friend again, but I need to find somebody for you because you're the uggo, so it's going to be hard for me to find somebody for you. So I'm going to set you up with one of my friends. But even in that scenario where I want you to have some, I want there to be a guy who's going to be interested in you, I'll still be real. I'll still be like, well, that guy's a bit of an asshole. I will find somebody for you, but I'm going to be real with you about who those
Okay,
guys are.
Damon, I think you also have to look at the guy who's speaking status. If the guy has like high status, he can be more honest because he doesn't have like that sneaky fucker syndrome thing going on. But if you're a low status guy, you're going to lie about everyone to make them look as bad as possible, to make no other guy an option, because your mating strategy is make all the other males
Okay,
look
so
bad.
that's no, see, no, that's how women operate. I'll
No,
tell you
I'm
what guys
talking
do.
from experience. From
No, so
experience.
okay.
Yes,
Low status guys that you're talking about, the guys
yes,
that you're talking about,
do
why are they low status? Are you talking about men who are
no,
short, men who
yes,
aren't attractive?
short, unattractive,
Okay, so
broke,
here's the thing: those guys,
dorky,
short, unattractive guys, and broke guys. The I don't know what it's like in
mama's
America. It's been
boys.
a while since I've lived there, but
Yeah.
I can tell you for the UK and even America, when I lived there about like 15 odd years ago, um, some of the funniest guys, quickest witted guys, best sense of humor, really quick thinking, some of the best one liners, the guys who could make girls laugh were the short guys, unattractive guys. And
Yeah,
they
yeah,
did get women. They
of
did get
course.
women because that's how they naturally evolved. Now, you
Yes.
want to say, oh, no, but they lie.
But
They'll
no,
lie.
no,
They're
no, no. I'm
sneaky
not
fuckers.
talking about those. I'm talking about no social skills, nothing
Yeah,
to
but
make a
I'm telling
woman look.
you that in my
Yes,
experience,
there
those
are
guys
some.
are a minority. Those guys are the
Which
minority. The
guys?
guys
Which
who resort
guys?
to lying and sneaky shit, those guys are the minority.
That
Most of
is
them,
the
most of them.
majority that I've met because they were lower status.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that, like, in my experience, most of the guys that I met who were
But you are
disadvantaged
higher
in those
status, so
areas,
you're going to be around people who are more like you.
not, I'm not going to be around. I don't go out to a bar and socialize with guys. I socialize with girls. Like,
Okay, so who are
I
these
get
guys
shit
you
for this, but
socialize
most of my
with?
friends are girls. I network with girls. Like, that's what I do. Like, I don't need to be friends with guys. Like, why do that? Cut that shit out. Just network with girls, socialize with girls. They'll set you up with their friends.
Do you think
Socialize
the
with
whole
ugly
like
girls. Huh?
do you think the whole like you just us because like you know how like the Tates and stuff are like, don't talk to women, they're boring and useless, just have like men that you spend all
Oh
your
yeah,
time with?
I'm gonna take advice from a guy who has to traffic women that he ended up paying for in the end as well. Like, no, so
Even if he
why not
didn't
be friends with
traffic
women?
anyone.
Even if he
It's like
didn't,
he has baby mamas.
I'm not gonna take advice from him. I have nothing against him. I respect the fact that he was a fighter. I think that's cool. But I don't really I think he's very good at describing the problems that face a lot of younger guys today. I think his solutions are fucking retarded. Why shouldn't you be friends with women? Be friends with women, but be smart about it. Be friends with ugly women. Be friends with women who know that they don't have a chance with you and it's just a platonic friendship.
You know that they're
Why?
gonna be like waiting to get you drunk too. That's the other thing. You know how like they always say like, you know,
Yeah, I
that
know. They're going to
weird
wait to
creepy
get you
friend.
drunk. That did
Yes.
happen one
Girls,
time
of
with
course it
me.
did. Yes, it
It
happened
did.
to Steven.
I dodged
You
it.
can't
But no, but the thing is, strategically,
strategery.
who, how, think about it this way. If you look at a hot girl, how many hot friends is she going to have? None. She's
Yeah.
going to say,
Probably
I don't usually
have
get
no
along with
friends.
friends. Most of my friends are men, right? But if
Yeah.
you have an ugly girl and that you ask that ugly girl, how many hot girlfriends is she going to have? Shitloads. Every hot girl has got an ugly friend who's a chick. Every hot girl. They like being friends with ugly chicks. So if you
No, because
want
the
to,
ugly chicks like being friends with them and they don't have many options. So
no, hot girls like having ugly chick friends because they like the comparison. If they want to go out on a girls' night, they want to have the ugly chick to go out with because it makes them look better. So if you network with a few ugly chicks, you're going to have tons of hot girls at your fingertips.
according to psychology, if you would like to like cold approach a chick, if there's like a group of hot girls, but they're all still really attractive, and you go after the one who is the least attractive in the group, you have the highest chances of getting something, because the other girls in the group are so much more attractive and are used to
it's the
making the other
demand.
one
Yeah.
feel bad, so that she'll be like, yes, and it'll make her like feel so much better as far as her status, which is at that moment being like destroyed. So like that is one of the skills you could do. I mean, but it has to be like a group of hot women, because you don't want to be with like the least hot person ever.
Yeah,
And
no, I
it is rare
honestly,
for hot women to hang out together.
it's obviously you're gonna get it's gonna make you look like a better guy if you've got an ugly chick friend, because you're gonna meet nice hot girls that way. Because the hot girls that are gonna take an interest in you and genuinely probably end up making the first move, and this happened a lot, was girls who I met who I could tell weren't friends with the ugly chick because they're like, oh, she'll make me look better, right? By comparison. But it was girls who were genuinely worried that I was kind of taking advantage of their ugly chick friend. They're like, why are you friends with her? I was like, she's a cool person. Like, there's this and there's that and there's that and there's that. And like, we read the same books and, all that kind of stuff. Like, she's interested in the same kind of stuff that I'm interested in. We got a lot in common, blah, blah, blah. We're just friends though. And I'll be like, no, I don't like her that way. She's like a sister. She's like a ugly, frumpy sister who's got some really hot friend. No. But you just be honest about it. Like, we're just friends. And they kind of feel like, oh, I did the right thing. I stood up for my friend. I made sure that you're not taking advantage of her. But then when they realize, hey, this is a guy who's willing to be friends with a chick who is also not attractive, and he's not getting anything out of it, right? Because they're too stupid to realize that the thing that you're getting out of it is her, the hot friend. They don't think that many steps ahead because they're not very smart.
I don't think any woman is thinking that deep. I think you give them.
Well, they're not. That's the thing. They don't think that deep. Oh, why did you have to out her like that?
What? Who? What?
You did that in a mean way. I saw that.
What are you talking about?
The previous comment.
Which one?
You tried to out her there. You know what the previous comment was.
Which one? Then you always try to be better?
I don't know. I don't like hanging around ugly chicks. Whenever I'm around women, I want bitches hotter than me who preferably don't speak. That means you're the ugly chick and you don't realize it. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. You're not ugly. You're lovely. And, but if we're talking about an ugly chick who's got hot friends, don't say my friends are hotter than me and I don't hang with ugly chicks.
Not the best timing.
No, it wasn't the best time. But it's funny. Yeah.
So, what about mind control? We can talk about psychology and mind control next week. I can tell you guys some of the weird, quirky ways that you can control people. If you're into that, I don't know. Anybody into that?
Mind control?
Mind control. Or just like influence. It's not like...
Read into the history of advertising.
No, okay. Why do you have to make everything boring? The history of advertising.
Advertising is founded on brainwashing. Do you know that?
Yeah, of course. But like...
Yeah, but do you know that hypnosis as well? Most adverts that came out in the 60s and 70s did foundational studies into hypnosis. You get hypnotized 12 times a day without realizing it.
Yes, everybody.
When you watch adverts.
Mm-hmm. All they have to do is repeat something a few times, and that's all it takes. And then you repeat it back. That's why, like, a lot of the people that hardly pay attention in life, they just watch the news, very passively watching the news, and they'll say something like Trump is racist. Trump is racist. Every other channel is Trump is racist. And then you go, well, Trump is racist. And you think you had a thought that was your own.
Yeah.
Oh
No, but
yes.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
this
like
wait,
even
hold on. We should start a cult. I like this idea. We should start a cult. We should brainwash people to join our cult, and then we can have a cult to do something. What could be our goal? Like not to talk to aliens. We need like a goal, a cult goal.
Cat, this won't end well for you.
It was my dream to have a cult.
Yeah, but your cult, I'm saying this as a friend, it would fail.
I just want to
You'd drink the
force.
Kool-Aid and none of your other followers would drink the Kool-Aid. They'll just be
Okay,
like,
okay. We're not
yeah.
having Kool-Aid, first of all. It's going to be a raw milk only, right? Organic,
Wait.
grass
You do
finished
know the
beef.
reference, right?
Yes, I remember the cool. Everybody drank it to go to the spaceship and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know that
I'm
website
saying
was
that, like,
up when I was like younger. I used to go and look at it, and I was like, "This is the shittiest website I've ever seen. How could anybody fall for this?" So then I made a cult website, right, to see like but I didn't know about like marketing again. I didn't know about that, so I was just like, if I have the website, people will come and join my cult, which is just like worship me and give me money, right? I thought that would work. Of course, it didn't work, but I had intentions. I was 12.
the money's in religion. Start your own religion.
Yeah, but Trump made it so you can't get like tax write-offs, so you can't funnel monies to your jets.
You start it in another country.
I don't think other countries don't have this type of, the type of embezzlement abilities that we used to have here. We got to do everything on the up and up. So, like Scientology, you saw how like they didn't work out. We have to like make sure we go over our cult, like what we can do to prevent people like Leah Remedy, whatever, from talking smack about our cult if they decide to leave. So like we need to first deal
Kill
with
them.
the loose end. Yeah,
Oh,
like
okay.
there's got to be something. Like we got to figure something out so that we can
Well,
avoid.
why is it legal for Islam to have that? The
What do you mean?
punishment for apostasy in Islam is death. Why can't other religions be like, oh yeah, if you leave our religion, you die?
I mean, I think they were grandfathered in, but I don't know if we could start a religion with that premise. Or how about like, I don't know. You have to, if you want to leave the religion, you have to go in the middle like of an iceberg for like 40 days without a coat or food.
Well, you could
And
do
if
what
you survive,
Scientology does. You know why? You know why most of the people who leave Scientology don't talk shit about it?
why?
Because the church has got fucking hundreds of tapes of them confessing their deepest, darkest shit.
Oh, this is true. So you can't join us unless there's got to be no, but then I
Well,
don't
don't
want any
forget early
creepy stuff.
Hollywood. Have you heard early Hollywood and all the shit that they used to do with women they cast in films and the people who came to the parties? They used to have parties with like bestiality and all
Lord.
kinds of disgusting sex shit. So you had all of these early Hollywood starlets, and there's allegedly like tons of like black and white film footage of them fucking horses and goats and pigs and all kinds of
I don't
shit.
think you physically can. But anyways, I
Well,
did
no,
see
like this is like to get into the inner circle, you had to do this kind of shit, which is why it continues today. Like to get brought into that brotherhood or
there's got to
sisterhood or
be like a
whatever.
non-degenerate way. There's
Well, no,
got to
but
be
I'm
something.
saying that like it has to be something which
Okay,
lets you
what
be
if,
too full of shame or whatever
hear
to
me
say.
out. Okay, hear me out. What if the cult is just like so amazing nobody wants to leave? Nobody's ever tried that.
How
Oh,
are
the
you going to make
Amish.
it so?
The Amish.
Oh yeah, it's so amazing. We've got no technology.
I like it. Or it could be like you get 2 hours of technology a day to look at like base memes.
Now
And
you're
then
limiting shit, which means that you're imposing something on people's freedom, which means that they're not going to like it because they're not going to feel free.
well, the Amish don't feel free, but they like it.
What's worse, bestiality or incest, Cat?
Hard pass on all of that, because like I just think all of that is just like, ugh.
There was a chick who I had a crush on in uni. I told you about
Oh
this.
no, please don't tell me anything weird.
Freshers Week party. I told you about this.
Oh God.
Didn't I?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I told you about this. The girl who used to every morning she'd swim laps and then she would run around. She'd go jogging with her dog.
Oh, that she did something with her dog or something?
In the Freshers Week party. One of her friends knew that I had a crush on her, and she was like, "Hey, like she wants to see you." She's like, she's in the back, and the dorm party, her room that she shared with like 2 roommates. Hers was like very, very deep into where the dorm party was, and basically her friends kind of like pulled me in. I'd drunk a lot by that point, and yeah, she was in the middle of shit, or I should say, the dog was in the middle of shit.
Okay. I'm not interested. We're not doing that in the cult, guys. Don't worry. You do have to there's gotta be something that's less traumatic for us.
It was fucked up. It really was fucked up.
Did you need therapy after that? After having seen
No, because I'm from the generation that doesn't believe in therapy. But
so you
it
just like
was kind of weird.
dealt with your trauma raw.
No, I had no trauma. I fucked her friend instead. But I see.
Is
I
that
don't
what
have
you do
brothers
when
or
you're under
sisters.
stress?
What?
Bang people.
No. I don't.
Wait. You said her sister? Like,
I said I fucked her friend. I said
oh,
I
friend?
said
But like,
afterwards. I
who's
said
friend with
I
this
don't.
chick?
Well, we were all friends with her up until she did a bunch of cocaine and drank a shitload and ended up banging her dog, I guess. I
So
don't
did
know if it was the
everybody
first
talk
time
about
or
this
not.
later?
No, well, actually, everybody there was pretty fucking drugged up. Like, everyone was. I mean, this was pretty fucking messed up. This was like the early 2000s.
It was a different time.
Everyone was fucking stoned there. There was uh but I mean, like I said, I mean, I don't know if it's the first time or not. It looks like it wasn't the dog's first time. He looked like he knew what the fuck he was doing. But yeah, no, I just got the fuck out of there, and I ended up with her friend instead. But yeah, it's what I was gonna say was that I don't have any sisters or I mean, I don't have any siblings, so it's hard for me to imagine like what would be worse, like incest or bestiality.
Gross.
Oh,
Answer this question.
it looked like a
Or is it
lab
Chihuahua?
Alsatian mix thing.
Oh no, this is terrible news, guys. The World Bank misplaced $41 billion in climate change funds, and there's
Oops.
no records. Damn. Oopsies.
What do you think would be worse, Cat? Bestiality or
What?
incest?
Are we still on this? You guys are so weird.
The audience wants to know. I mean, okay, maybe the audience doesn't want to know. Tell us, do you
Only
want to know or
one
not?
person wants to know. Jeez, you guys. All right, guys, it's been real. It is late. We will come back next weekend. Daemon and I, and maybe Steve, and maybe Simperius, if he's a well-behaved little Simperius, we will have him on. Yes. Okay. Groundbreaking content. Yes. Do you want to play like a board game? I think that would be funny. No, not like a board game.
Somebody said in the chat earlier on, Cards Against Humanity.
Not
I
that,
used to
but
fucking kill a Cards Against Humanity. That was so fucking funny.
yes, but I'm thinking like something like, oh, like would you ever, something like that, like a talking like a campfire, you know? One of
Okay, you
those.
think of it.
Yeah, I'll think of it. If anyone knows, get to the Discord, let me know, and make sure you guys join the Discord to give me any weird, crazy ideas for streams and stuff.
And just so you know, guys, anyone listening, this is Kat's homework. She said she was going to do it. She said she was going to think of the game.
Oh, there's a free
And so,
online version.
so
Okay.
next
If I
week,
don't
if
do it,
she
we
doesn't
have
have any
this.
ideas,
If I
don't
don't,
fall back on that now just because somebody helped you out.
believe in yourself, put the link in the chat, and I will.
Oh my God, this is a new level of laziness, Kat.
No, I think it will be fun. We should play one of these crazy games, and it's like a get to know you game, and we can all play it. Everybody in the chat can answer too, and we'll see what kind of
I
degens
played
we
that one
have.
time with my ex, right, and her
Oh,
brother,
no.
her brother was amazing.
Was it like,
He was one
oh,
of the
would
funniest
you
guys.
ever bang a family member? And it's like, oh yeah,
No, we
bang my brother.
basically, so we were playing Cards Against Humanity with her brother and her brother's girlfriend. And it was like a regular thing. There would be about 12 of us, like a bunch of friends that would come over, and we'd be playing every night. And one time, her parents came over to visit, and we decided to play with her parents. And her dad was a big drinker, and her mum was like one of the most overly polite people. But her dad had a dirty sense of humor, but the mother was like really uptight and polite, like really well behaved, nice, reserved woman. And I had the best cards that I could not resist to play. I was like, this is probably going to get me divorced from the family. But it was her brother's turn to play the question, the setup card. And the setup card was, my childhood was ruined. My childhood trauma that shaped me was ... right?
Mm-hmm.
And like my answer card was the one that was like walking in on dad peeing in mum's mouth.
That's not
And
that bad.
it wasn't, but it was.
I thought it was going to be so much worse.
The card was a little bit worse now, but the thing is, it was like, I can't remember the full answer card, but right, like the son was sitting between the mother and the father at the table, and like he had the setup card, and I was last in line, and everyone else had played the cards. Even like, yeah, it was so fucking. Just, I was like, do I play it? Do I not play it? It's right in front of the parents. I was like, yeah, I'll fucking play it. Fuck it. So yeah. But that got me in with the dad good. He really liked me after that. The mother, I don't think she spoke to me much after that. But yeah. Oh, somebody put dogs are family members. Dogs are family. I guess so. You could look at it like that. Dogs are family members, so it would be incest anyway.
All right. Good night, kids.
Wait, Kat, wait.
Come on.
If somebody put a gun to your head, though, and was
No.
like, you've got to bang your dog or your dad, who are you banging?
Dog. I guess that's just,
oh, you sick fuck, you know.
It is, everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. There's
But
just
there you go. There's the answer. Radio
then I'd have
Foreman,
to
you've got
kill
the answer
myself
then.
with a dog after.
What? You'd have to what?
I'd have to off myself and the dog after because the trauma.
Well, there you go. Anyway, you got the answer there, Radio Foreman. You got the answer. Yeah. That would rather bang a dog.
Death. We could just kill ourselves. We don't have to do anything weird, Damon. That's always an option. Always
No.
remember.
Death isn't on the table. I didn't give you that.
Stop,
I was like,
stop
I actually did. I
breathing.
said gun to your head.
Just get the gun and like.
Well, no, but that was the option I gave you, Kat. I said gun to your head. Which one are you picking? And you rather chose to bang a dog than getting shot in the head. So you chose that. So clearly, on some level, you want that. I'm just saying.
Jesus. So I would choose the gun.
Nah, you can't back out. You already said you choose the dog.
You guys are awful. Have a great night.
Good night, you sick fuck.
Wow.